Okay. Where? I don't really want to be right here by people. I guess we'll get the same one. Go get your stuff, Bucky, so I can go get mine. Fajita. How was it? How was what? I have been keeping up with you, just not during live. Enjoyed your interview. Oh yeah, that was last night. Our interview with Marcus was last night. There we go. I can go get my dinner. This is the buffet. This is the egg section. We just met up with Marcus yesterday, but we had dinner with him and almost was with him almost the whole night. What is this, Fluff? Oh, that's the same. I think everything. What is this? Stir-fried chicken. Oh, I better grab that. Finally, I got something. Not much chicken, but so this is our free buffet right here. The free buffet. Not many choices, not really any Western choices, but I mean there's like a couple of pieces of chicken, but we'll grab this for right now. We will steal the 6 pieces of chicken that they have here and a couple of bell peppers. I gotta come back to that one. Look, Fluffy. And then they say, oh, today is Sunday. No refills. It's freaking 6 in the morning. It is 6. They got the chicken. I'll have to get some of that later. It is 6 in the morning. I'm not a morning person. Sauteed corn with greens. Fluffy will get that. These are the cakes. And the soups. Oh, no Pepsi on the buffet today. But they do. Awesome. They have the watermelon juice. They'll have better drinks today. Today is Easter, actually. So today is Easter. Diane did a great job doing the camera. Yeah, oh yeah, she did the camera yesterday at the bridge. Let's grab our eggs. Give me 1 second. I'll catch up with all your guys' messages in a second. And we'll do this. I gotta get that chicken because I grabbed the last four little pieces of chicken. I'll grab me a piece of toast. There we go. Hopefully the next time your landlord tries to increase your rent. It's not though, Dark Brother, it's not. The problem is the visa run already is a deal breaker for me. For 2, the weather's almost a deal breaker for me. Those 2. For 3, I have to downgrade because the area that I like is this neighborhood. So it's physically impossible to get from this neighborhood to Marcus's neighborhood. Marcus's neighborhood is an hour and 20-minute walk. And then remember, I like Vietnamese food. So I would be living in Marcus's neighborhood and basically just eating Western food every day. And it's cheaper Western food, yes, cheaper than Danong, but it's not as cheap. There's no George Costanza prices. It's cheap Western food, but the Vietnamese food is not cheap at all. It's a it's a manufactured neighborhood, and it's great for people that like to drink. It's great for people that like to hang out in a Russian neighborhood, and it's great for people that don't like to live or do go anywhere beyond 10 minutes. So it's just not. And Fluff, I'm telling you guys, yesterday Fluffy thought I was leaving. She thought I was going to come here, and I said, "No, I don't think it's possible. At least for not a long time." And when I told her that, I'm not going to say she was crying. She reached over and she started hugging me. I'll tell her and she'll start laughing when I tell you guys that. So, I mean, I don't know. I think Marcus is great because Marcus doesn't eat Vietnamese food. He values not ever leaving the neighborhood, and he was paying 14 million in Da Nang to for a one bedroom. So it's like for me, I would only be saving 3 million VND coming here, and then basically I would have to do the 23-hour visa run. So for me, I don't really get anything of value here. It's not low rental price. I'm only saving 3 million here though. So I'm only saving 3 million. 3 million for me is not worth doing that visa run. So you guys are making it sound like that. And the food is more expensive here. So I would be paying more in food. So the only thing that technically would be cheaper would be the rent. But yes, the rent, I'm moving out of the heart of this area to there. Hold on, let me go grab some of these chilies.
Good morning, live.
They just refilled the chicken. Give me 1 second, guys.
Good. Good morning from Nha Trang.
Hold on, Foster. All right, let me catch back up now, guys. Saving 3 million a month times 3 months is 9 million for the visa. You're not here. Hold on a second, Dark Brother. You're not factoring food will be more expensive here. So I can't go get the George Costanza. So every night we're going to be eating pizza. We're going to be eating burgers. We're going to be eating Russian food. Bonnet is 65,000 here. Pork chop is 50,000 here. So we're going to be saving about 2 million, maybe 2 million, right? So 2 million is 80 bucks. So that means I'm saving about $1.50 to $2 a day to live in an inferior area. Da Nang and Thuong is much better, much better. Fluffy, everyone is dying to know about this neighborhood. Dark Brother makes it sound like it's going to be way cheaper, but tell him there's not the cheap local Vietnamese food here. We would be eating Western food every day, and we would be in a 10-minute radius. We would never be leaving, and we'd be surrounded by a bunch of Russians. Nobody really speaks English here, So we would lose the English friends, we would lose a lot of the English, and we'd be an hour and 20 minutes away from the mall beach area.
I'm
So
talking about Central or the whole
I'm talking about
Metro.
where we would live. Because we wouldn't live, it's impossible for us to live down here. It'd be way too expensive. So to save $1.50 a day to go do a 23-hour bus run in a place that speaks much less English, in a place that's much hotter, there's no benefits. I'm not trying to save $1.50 a day. Dark brother, if I wanted to save $1.50 a day, we'd go to a one bedroom in Da Nang. So if we really wanted to save $1.50 a day, we would move to a one bedroom in Da Nang. Sometimes it's just being content where all the best choices. Oh, and plus, Marcus even said he gets terrible views on his videos here. He says when he uploads Da Nang videos, even while living here, his Da Nang videos do good. So that nobody knows about Nha Trang as far as YouTube content. So he says he doesn't think my YouTube videos would do good here also. So that's another key factor. The food, it's basically everything the same. I'm not sure if you're talking about the buffet or everything overall. I cannot speak Spanish. Also, remember how long the rainy season? I don't care about that, dark brother. We love the rainy season. So the rainy season is not a downside to us. It's not a downside to us. Okay, you just said it, dark brother. A cheap grab ride. Cheap grab ride, add $2 a day to get there, and then $2 a day to get back. That's $4. Now we don't save anything living in Nha Trang. We like to walk. We like to walk. It's impossible. So we spend more money here. We barely save $2 a day living the Marcus lifestyle. We don't eat Vietnamese food. And now if we add in Vietnamese food, we break even, or we slightly spend more money here. If I lived in Da Nang, I'd never leave. I will want to visit Nha Trang, but not to live there. Honestly, Will, all the food you guys have been eating in Nha Trang has been an upgrade. What have we ate? No, I think you're trolling now, dark brother. We ate terrible hamburger. Nah, I'll be fair. We ate a mediocre hamburger yesterday that had a lot of filler. It was not ground beef. It was like beef with, Fluffy said, what do you think was in the burger, Fluffy?
Carrots.
Carrots was in the burger. It was a small burger. Then we ate pizza that was maybe a Tombstone pizza quality last night. So that's all we've ate there. So we've ate the pizza that was okay, but it was 200,000 VND, which is way over, which is our whole daily budget. And we ate a mediocre filler burger. So what is this amazing food that you're talking about? We did not move here. We did not move here. We are on a 7-day kind of scouting / mini vacation trip. Moved to Nha Trang. Due to the rainy season, Da Nang keeps inflation low. Except for it didn't this year. Nobody moved out during rainy season this year. That's what unfortunately also hurt inflation prices. Burgers for half the price, but the burgers were less than half. Fluffy, which burgers are better, Bikini Bottom or the burger we had last night?
Bikini.
Yeah. Dark brother, if you talk about like, oh, I love great food, I bet you wouldn't even ate that burger. That burger, when I took the first bite, was mediocre at best. It was a filler burger. That's why it was 45,000, and it came with 5 pieces of fries. So, why are you getting up at the crack of dawn for Asian breakfast? Because it's free. It's free, and this will be our breakfast. And actually, yesterday, it was our breakfast and our lunch. Oh yes, I forget. It is Easter, guys. It is Easter. I got the ketchup with the bread again. Yeah, it's free and it basically substitutes for our lunch almost. Because yesterday, did we? Oh no, we ate lunch yesterday. We ate the burger. We ate the 45,000 burger, but to be fair, I knew it wasn't going to be that good at 45,000. Now we did see a better burger there, but it was 180,000 without fries. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. What's up, buddy? Happy Easter. Fluffy will eat bread and water and juice and be happy. Egg hunting? There, I found an egg right on top of her head. Nha Trang is much more walkable? No. Dark brother, come on, man. Now you're just lying. Dark brother, it's not walkable. It's an hour and 20 minutes each way. That means you spend 3 hours a day. We walk a lot, and that's probably 30,000 steps. We are not going to be out here in 80. You couldn't survive here. Even Marcus says he gets up to do his videos at 7 in the morning, and by 8 o'clock, he's done. It's too hot. Not possible. It's not possible, Dark brother. The key is, he said, king walks? I'm not sure which. Long walks. No, it's even. So you would literally, if you walked with non-stop, it would take you 2 hours and 50 minutes without even stopping. So if you stopped and had a drink, half your day would be gone just walking here and back and doing nothing else. Too far from us. It would be like walking from the beach past the airport one way every single day. Yes, I will say it has a nicer beachfront, Mitzi, but that's not the area we would be living in. So if we lived here, we couldn't afford to live in this area. So the nice beachfront and the mall would not be here. We'd be living over where Marcus is. They don't have a mall there, and the beach is just a regular Da Nang beach. You guys will see it on video. There's no beach walk in his area. It's a cove, and there's no mall in his area. So you guys are assuming that it's this. It's not this area. Oh, yeah. And not only that, it's way, way, way hotter. Way hotter than Da Nang. Fluffy. Dark Brother says, I love long walks. I would walk from where you're at to where Marcus is every day.
That's like 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes ride.
It was a 16-minute ride. And tell him...
It's 6 kilometers.
6 kilometers. And tell him how hot it would be to walk that every single day. It's not realistic. I haven't learned all the walking tricks. We're not doing that, Marcus. We're not doing that, Dark Brother. It's too hot. It's too hot. And it makes no sense. Why would we do that? To go get a cheap lunch? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. We don't want to spend half of our day walking to go get lunch and then turning around. Makes no sense. Is it the same food from yesterday? 90% is. This chicken, there wasn't this chicken yesterday. Dark Brother does come in here, and what's crazy is Dark Brother knows everything about a place that he's never been to. Or if you say something about a place, it's completely the opposite. I don't think Dark Brother's ever agreed with me. So if I said I love Nha Trang, he would tell you, oh, I like Da Nang better. I have 3 or 4 people in this room that no matter what I say, they say the exact opposite. Even if they've never been here, they'll say the exact opposite. Like, I have a great place in Da Nang, 2-bedroom. Dark Brother will say, oh, you need a 1-bedroom. And it'll be like, hey, Dark Brother, I only saved like $1. He'll be like, that $1 will go so far. And it's like, no, it won't. And if I told him, oh, I hate Da Nang, he'd say, man, Da Nang is the best spot ever. Don't leave. It's whatever I say, he says the opposite. You have never been to where Marcus lives. You've never been there, but you're ready to pack your bags and go there. And then, so put it this way. You would live in Marcus's neighborhood and never eat Vietnamese food ever again. Or if you ate it, it'd be a Russian cheap version of badly made Vietnamese food for 3 times the price. He's never been to where Marcus was. Never been there, and I'm sure he only stayed down in this area. I guarantee you, because even Tim's never been to the area that Marcus is at. Fluffy, is this boneless chicken? No? Are you sure?
Look at the bone.
Oh my God. No, it won't. First of all, we don't eat breakfast. Second of all, I'm not going to break even to live in an inferior city that I don't like. Like, I would have to save, so basically, the only way I would think about Nha Trang is if I save 30% at the end of the month when everything's said and done. 30%, and that means the same lifestyle. That means I have the same restaurants, same 10-minute walking An Thuong area, same everything, English, everything. But if it's not 30% cheaper, it's not worth it. It's not. Now you're going to say, oh, it's going to be 30% if you walk an hour and a half each way to go get lunch and then walk back an hour and a half in this crazy temperature. There's not enough value here. There's just not enough value. Now, if this was identical to Da Nang and the only thing was I got the same exact Vietnamese food, it was in a 10-minute walk, it wasn't as hot, and they had a 11-hour visa run, then I would definitely at least consider it. At least consider it. Is that straight egg? Oh yeah, that's a straight egg. I got all this chicken, but unfortunately, Fluffy told me it has bone in it. Now, I don't mind chicken with the bone, but I mind it when it's small bite-sized pieces that you're trying to eat with rice, because I don't want to be here digging into a tiny little piece of chicken trying to take bone out. Philip doesn't walk at all, so Philip wouldn't be walking. And yes, he would use a scooter, which I wouldn't. But even if you use a scooter, now you're increasing your budget. So at the end of the day, Nha Trang will not be cheaper for me. And if it is cheaper, it's a matter of maybe $1.50 a day. And $1.50 a day is not worth it for me. To live in a city that I don't like as much as Da Nang, a hotter city, and a terrible 23-hour visa. Now, if I was saving $10 or $15 a day, then it would be possible discussion. But if I'm saving literally $1 or $2 a day, then it's not worth it for me. I'd rather pay $60 extra a month to live in Da Nang. But now, if it was $300 or $400 a month I would save, then it would be possible. I did not see it in person, but if you guys go look on his channel, he shows his place. Now, the one thing I will say is that he gets so the best thing about the city, especially in his situation, is he pays $7 million for his place. And it's basically pretty much like our place. So he basically saves about $5.5 million on the apartment. But guess what? We spend $4.5 to $5 million on food. I think he said he spends roughly about $8 million on food, and he considers that cheap. So he buys a lot of like the dollar store pre-packaged sushi. He buys like a dollar store pre-packaged, like a USA grocery store. They'll have like the cold section in the deli. They'll have like 6 chicken wings or pasta with white sauce. He eats a lot of that, and him and his girlfriend still spend, I estimated, about $8 million worth of food. So they double, and he said that's cheap. But look, like last night, he got a 60,000 drink. He got, what did we get? He got the burger, but to be fair, the burger wasn't that good. He eats the other burger, which actually looked good, but it was Fluffy, how much was that other burger? The burger cart, like 160 or 180 for a burger. And that doesn't include fries, so that was double the price of Bikini Bottoms. There's all our savings. Dark brother. So if we spend 7 to 8 million on the rent, right? So we spend 12.5 million on rent in Da Nang, right? So now let's call it 8 to be fair. So I've saved 4.5 million on rent, but guess what? Our food bill is now more expensive. So let's add 2 million more for our food bill that compared to Da Nang. So now we're at 10.5 million in Nha Trang and 12.5 million here. So we've saved now only 2 million. So 2 million is $80. $80 divided by 30 days is what? $2.40. That's our savings. That's it. $2.47. Just live wherever you like and come on here to argue with everyone. I'm like, no matter what, I'm not going to live in a city that I don't like as much.
We're not I don't think we are arguing, but we're just trying to point out the difference and like just sharing with you guys what we think about the city. You can go to the city and experience.
I will tell you this. If we were able to live in this neighborhood where we're at now, not Marcus's neighborhood, if we were able to live here at the exact same price of everything, and if we were able to do a 12-hour or less visa run, this would be a viable option. But the reason why this area can't work, the food and even the apartment would be more expensive here. So this is the area I would want to live in. The reason why I can't live in this, it would cost $1,300 probably off the top of my head to live in this neighborhood. At least 12, which is almost double of what we spend in Da Nang. I don't know how much you spend. I do know that there's monthly rentals for $39 is the last that I heard. So, I heard 30 something bucks, high 30s. So if I can choose anywhere, I would choose this neighborhood if money was the same. Now money isn't the same, so that means I got to go move to the other neighborhood. Whereas in Da Nang, I live literally in the heart of the most tourist, most expensive neighborhood. Like here, I would have to downgrade. I couldn't live in the best neighborhood here. I would have to downgrade and go live in the second best neighborhood. In Da Nang, I literally live in the complete best, untouched, most valuable neighborhood, probably even the most valuable street, not just neighborhood. I don't live on the outskirts of the best neighborhood. I literally live on the beachfront street. You guys eat a lot? I just saw you ate pizza. That was 8:30, 9 o'clock last night. It's now 6 in the morning. I'm on my way home from golfing. I left my house 12 hours ago and still driving. I think Mitzi only negotiates on all the extra stuff. I don't think he negotiates on rent. I don't think he negotiates on market prices if he goes to the market. I think he only negotiates on stuff that he necessarily doesn't need. Scooters, probably. What else? What else can you negotiate on in Da Nang? He'll negotiate. Oh, maybe a massage or something. He probably negotiates on massages, which are optional. A scooter, which is optional. So I don't think he negotiates. I bet he doesn't negotiate on the length of a contract. I bet he doesn't negotiate on the security deposit. I bet he doesn't negotiate on the price of the rent. Let me know if I'm right. That's not the best and most expensive neighborhood in Da Nang. No, I'm telling you, nobody will choose that. No tourist will choose Hai Chow over the beach. Tourist expats do not come to Da Nang to live in the non-beach area. I mean, I guarantee you, if you total up how many expats, no matter the price, if you said, hey, expat, you're going to live here for a year, would you rather live on the beach or would you rather live in Hai Chow? Guarantee you, every single one meaning 80 to 90% plus is going to choose the beach. To me, it doesn't make sense to go move to Da Nang if you're not living on the beach. It doesn't make any sense. Would you live in a place without any foreigners if everything else is good? That's a yes and a no, meaning if it still had the Western amenities and no other Westerners was there, possibly yes. But if there was no Western amenities, which I would think there wouldn't be if there's no Westerners there, but if it had a mall, if it had Western food options and stuff like that, then yes, I would. But if it was just like Tui Hua, where there's no Westerners and there's no Western options and no Western mall and Western activities, then probably not. The closest would be like a Dong Hoi, but Dong Hoi does have a Jollibee, a Vincom Mall, and a Mix U. So it has very little Western amenities, but it does have a little bit of an option. The beach is so easy, it's like 70 cents. Add that up though, it doesn't make sense. This is why I tell everybody don't live on the riverside because you're going to spend all your time commuting back and forth, or you're going to spend. So let's put it this way, let's say you save $100 to live on the other side of the river. You're now going to spend $100 coming back and forth every single day. So at the end of the day, all you're doing is wasting your time because you end up not saving any money. It doesn't cost 70 cents to get there. It's closer to about $1.30 or $1.50 each way. So now you're spending $3 minimum a day. 3 times 30 is 90 bucks. So you're spending $100 a day, $100 a month to live on the riverside to come here every single day. And that's what your savings is going to be. You're going to save $100 to find something on the other side of the river. I don't know enough about that area. I'm not interested in anything on the other side of the river. When we go to the other side of the river, we don't even find banh mi carts. We hardly find Tratok places. We went to the Go Mart. We've been to... I think the only way, if I ever moved out of Da Nang, it would be or not Da Nang, out of An Thuong, it would be more of maybe down by the Bach Mayan market, which I don't consider An Thuong, or I don't see it happening, but the only other alternative neighborhood would be Sun Tra. How often do you go to the beach in Da Nang? We go to the beach or the beach area almost every single day. We either go down to the Moon Milk down there, we go to the Bread and Butter, Fluffy will go to the Banh Mi lady, we will go out and go sit there, coming back from dinner, we'll walk the beach, so pretty much a lot. No matter what, I would not even debate, if I don't live, so if I wouldn't live on the beach, I wouldn't live in Da Nang. I would rather go live in a non-beach city at a cheaper price. But no way would I live in a beach city and not be on the beach. I would just go move to a different city. If you don't get us, I'm happy with that. One, I like to get the 10,000 steps in, and two, I don't want to be killed or maimed on a scooter, and on top of that, have to have an extra expense. So for me, if I lived where I'm at, I would never take a scooter. Where would I ride a scooter to? I'm going to ride a scooter from Muang Tan to Bikini Bottoms? Am I going to ride a scooter from my place to George Costanza? It's not worth it because I'm adding 30, 50 bucks on my budget to take a scooter for 1 minute. It doesn't make any sense for me to get a scooter. You live in An Thuong. Sounds like you're saying An Thuong. Tell Fluffy to have a great day for me. Treat her with respect.
Who's that?
She needs to treat me with respect. This morning she smacked me in the head. When I was sleeping. She smacked me in the head when I was sleeping. I've been having weird dreams the past couple days.
What was your dream earlier?
I don't remember today. I just remember it was weird. And then I woke up and I can't remember it.
You're not eating this?
I would, but I don't want to be eating mini chicken wings. Finger chicken wings that 80% is the bone. I love fried chicken or chicken on the bone, but not when it's bite size. Like it's bite size boned chicken. They'll refuse to take me on. I don't agree with that at all. But I wouldn't ride a scooter anyways. Even my own scooter, I wouldn't ride. For me, it makes no sense. For one, I would be wasting money renting a renting a Grab. Because where would I ride the Grab to? I'm gonna ride it down to Bikini Bottoms, so that's a 48 minute Grab ride. Where am I gonna ride the Grab to George Costanza? A 2 minute Grab ride. So I'm gonna pay 60 or no, I'm gonna pay 40 to 50 bucks to drive 100 meters. I'm a fan of chicken thighs. I like thighs better than breast. We have share scooters and share bikes. When you say bikes, are you talking about a motorbike or are you talking about a bicycle, Alejandro? What Dark Brother is talking about is a motor scooter. A bicycle. No, we can rent, but actually, me and Fluffy almost bought bikes. I could have bought a bike for 35 bucks. 35 bucks each. I ride bikes. We've rode bikes plenty of times. We rode bikes in Dong Hoi. They want me to get on a motor scooter, which I will not do. I don't see how you say that though, Dark. Remember, you always say this. Everyone has their own life. Name one thing that you think I would want to go see. Remember, I like living a Western, meaning I like living on the beach, living in a neighborhood. I like living. I don't want to go see temples. I don't want to go see Bana Hills. I don't want to see none of that stuff. That's not what I came to Asia. I came to basically cheat the system. I wanted to live a Western life at 50% of the cost or less. I'm not going to Bana Hills. I'm shocked that I mean, I give myself a pat on the back for going to the statue of Lady Buddha. I went to the Dragon Bridge, but it was like because, hey, that's the one thing. But I'm not going to be going like, hey, I'm going to go drive down the coast to X, Y, and Z to see a small fishing village. Like, what am I going to do that for? Timmy, we don't know that language. Are you a fan of the age of consent over there? I don't know. Are you? Let's get a poll. Are you a fan of age of consent? Everyone, please answer for Drip. Drip wants to know, are you guys a fan of the age of consent over there? Yeah, but you're also a content creator? Yeah, and if you understand that, Dark Brother, you'll understand. The creative, out-of-the-box stuff does absolutely terrible. You know what videos do good? Apartments. You know what videos do good? Visas. When I go do a cat cafe video, it does terrible. When I go do the local street market, does terrible. When I do Dong Hoi, does terrible. When I do Tui Hua, does terrible. So, more content doesn't mean good content. No, Drip. You don't delete your message. If you go around trolling, you have to keep your message up. So now, unfortunately, you're gone, buddy. So if you guys are going to troll, keep your message up. Don't be cowards and try to get attention. Post your video, post your message, want to act funny and be a troll. And then as soon as you get posted and shamed, then you guys delete your message. Not going to work that way. So goodbye. Go hunt some Easter eggs on Easter because you're now not in this chat room anymore, buddy boy. Let me unpin his message and give him, let's grab him by the scruff of the neck, and you're out of here. More contents gives you more opportunity to capture. It does. I wish it worked that way. I wish it worked that way, but it doesn't. So I would say 80% of the videos that I spend the most time on and are most creative do the worst for me. Go look at my best video. You know what my best video is? A video I almost deleted and never finished of apartments. It has 50,000 views on it now. I almost deleted that video and didn't finish it. I didn't like the video. I didn't want to do the video. And I was like, you know what, man? I spent 3 days on this. Screw it. I was literally this close to deleting that video. Now, I love doing the Cat Cafe video. I love doing the $5 a day street market video. Those views have nothing on them. I know, Elvis, but I'm not a real estate agent. I don't want to build a real estate channel. I left that to Sammy. When I met Sammy, I told him, I said, Sammy, do all the hotel videos. I said, you can have them all. Does his place have a sea view? Mine here? No, we have the city view. How much would it be to cost to run? In our apartment, I'm gonna be kind of general. I'm gonna say probably $40 a month to run all your electricity, and I would say max of about $60. In that range should be pretty accurate. Yes. Yes. You guys want to use me like a prostitute. All the guys from the West want to see a video sample of where they want to come stay when they come next month. But guess what? Once they come next month, those guys are never going to watch my channel again. So the guys that come for the West, like Tim came out here, right? And he'll never come back out here for probably another year. Besides, so yes, Tim will be a different example. Tim will watch my channel and keep coming in. But the regular Joe Schmo that I've never met in person, he'll watch me, say, oh, that one guy that I watched, he showed us that Mona Lisa place. Once he gets here, he'll never watch Danong content ever again. He'll never watch it. So that guy was a one-time customer for me. Imagine me being a restaurant. I want return customers. I don't want one guy that'll come one time, buy my steak, and then never come back. For one time. And then when people scroll down my channel, it's going to say apartment. I don't want to be an apartment channel. I don't want to do that. I want people. Here's the content creators I like. I like Drew Binsky. I like Bald and Bankrupt. I like Ken Abroad. I like Retired Working for You. Those guys don't go do apartment videos. They go do creative, what they like type of videos. Now, I bet you if Ken just went and if Bald and Bankrupt just did apartment video every day, his channel would be way different. Views ate the goal, but William doesn't understand. I would say 50% yes, 50% no. Now, so I would not disagree with you. If I got a lot of views and those same people came back to watch my videos on Cat Cafe, markets, if they watched all my videos and got the views, I would agree 1,000,000%. What I don't want is one-time customers. That's what I don't want. And I don't want to do one topic. I want to do a new topic of a video every single video. I hate repeating same topic videos. For a month? I'm not sure what you mean by a month. What did I say for a month instead of daily? Fluffy, you're on plate number 2?
I don't know.
Fluffy's on plate number 3. Pig Cafe? What is that one? I agree, Elvis. Actually, I'm kind of ingrained in my bread, and I keep saying, hey, man, I'm looking for the subscribers. Honestly, Elvis is right. I'd rather have the views than the subscribers. But Here's my dilemma. I want the views on different topics. I don't want the views only when I do an apartment or visa video. What I want is views when I do every single type of video. So, yes, I'd rather have views than subscribers. My brain is just so used because when I started the channel, everything was about subscribers. You got to get to 1,000. You got to get to 1,000. But honestly, the subscribers don't matter overall after you get to 1,000 and once you're monetized. So yes, the views are more important, but what I want is views on every style video. I don't want views only when I do apartment videos. Piggyback on all the short-term, long-term influx of tourists. I kind of did that. Remember that sit-down video at Bread and Butter that the lady, what was her name, Ellen or Helen, of why Da Nang's inflation went up? I did that video. That video did decent. But, I mean, how many of those? I can't do, hey, I told you guys why it went up 2 months ago. Let me tell you why it went up again. So, in the next couple weeks, there's going to be a ton of content. There's going to be Thuy Hoa. There's an interview with Evan that I did back from Da Nang. There's another apartment video back from Da Nang. There's Thuy Hoa. There's Lin Yan. There's Nha Trang. So that's at least 6 videos that are going to be up once I get back to Da Nang. I do, Elvis. But here's the question, Elvis. Do I do good when I'm with other content creators because of me? Or is it because they are bigger channels and if Fluffy did a video with them, would they get the same numbers? That's the hard part. I can't tell. So is that video doing good because of both of us? Or is that video doing good just because I'm with Vagabond Awake that has a huge audience? Or Evan, who has double my size? So I don't know on that aspect too. Because Evan has double me. Evan has more subscribers than Sammy. So I have about almost 6. And I think last time I checked, Evan has like 12. At least 12. Fluffy, what juices do you have?
Watermelon and lime. It's like orange.
Alejandro, the problem is, we've always talked about this. Elvis will finally back me on something. So when I do this vertical mode, Alejandro, I can't make these into shorts. First of all, there's so many flaws. So I can't make this into shorts because then all this screen over here is going to be black. Nobody watches shorts with the black screen. Like, second of all, shorts make me nothing. Last year, I made 98 cents in a whole year on shorts. So put it this way, I make 6 cents per 1,000 views on shorts. 6 cents, right, per 1,000 views. On my uploaded videos, I make about $6 per 1,000 views. So shorts are absolutely not worth the time or the hassle that you put into it. I've given up on shorts a long time ago. Money-wise, subscribers-wise, time-wise, shorts are not worth it. Shorts are absolutely not worth it. For me. Why wouldn't you do at least one a month to get that extra exposure? I'm not going to 100% rule it out, but if I do apartment videos, it would be something like that. If I do, it'd be once a month or once every 2 months. That's a slight possibility, but I definitely wouldn't do multiple hotel/apartment videos. I could see myself doing one a month max or one every 2 months, maybe. YouTube Shorts is a scam. Now they're not paying because YouTube banned the TikTok. Yeah, Shorts is not worth it. So people say, oh, you'll get more subscribers on Shorts, which, yeah, Shorts will help you. But guess what? Those YouTube Shorts subscribers, they'll never watch my upload full content. All they're going to watch is the 12-second clip. That's it. So not only do you make pennies, literally pennies per 1,000 views, but those guys will not watch your long content form. So it looks good on your numbers wise, but it and honestly doesn't help you anywhere. So here's what I would love to do. I would love to shoot live streams in this sideways mode. I would love to shoot them in this mode, right? I would love to shoot them in that mode and then trim that down to 10 minutes. But here's the problem. So if I shoot in that mode, instead of getting 1,000 views on a live stream, I'll get 250 views. So I lose 80 to 70% of the views on the live stream because TikTok is competing with YouTube. So YouTube wants us to shoot this way to compete against TikTok. So they will not show me to all the YouTube short scrollers that scroll through. So I'm already at a huge disadvantage. So that's the problem. Stephanie, I discovered Will when I came to Danong through apartments vids. I wanted to get another apartment now, but I outsource. Fluffy, they said you look bored.
I'm not. I'm so entertained on how this egg lady. She's like, oh, she's so busy, but she doesn't care.
She has a whole crowd.
She doesn't care if people is waiting. Like I'll just do and do. I'll just concentrate. And
I do say it. So Elvis and someone else, I can't remember. There was two people that were telling me to do it in this mode. And Elvis should give me credit for knowing that I'm doing something, this mode that I absolutely 100% hate. I told Elvis, I said, I hate that mode. And he was like, yeah, but you'll get way more views. And I said, okay, well, I'll try it. And to this day, I hate this view. I hate it. But it's been proven. When I switch and when I go turn the camera, I'll get 312 views. And then I'll go do a live stream the same day, and I'll do it in this mode, and I'll get 1,100 views. I'll do 1,200 views. I'll do 950 views. Then I'll go back to the other way and get 275 views. And I'm positive the reason why is because when you're in this mode, when people are on YouTube Shorts, they're scrolling up. And every 5th or 10th video, they show you a live stream. And people will see my live stream and they'll go, oh, who are you? Because I'll get the comment in here. Who are you? I've never seen you. I was scrolling YouTube Shorts and I found you. But if I do the panorama mode, they don't show your live stream to people on YouTube Shorts. So you're already behind the ball on doing it in the other way. Dark Brother, you got a real life? No way. You're kidding me.
A what? A real?
He said, I'm out for a while, gotta live real life. What? I thought you were only on the screen. I thought you were a robot. Fluffy, what's your next plate?
I'm good.
What?
Maybe I'll just have bread.
Big Dave.
The one that the spread is like honey.
I know. Honey and like an orange jam, but I can't figure out what the red one is. I have thought about starting a second channel, but it wouldn't be two things. If I do start a second channel, the second channel wouldn't start until at least this channel breaks even. I'm not going to start a second channel when I'm not even breaking even revenue-wise a month on this one. And my second channel will not have anything to do with this channel. It'll probably be a faceless channel, and I won't promote it on this channel or anything. It would be a complete different channel. Nothing to do with travel, nothing to do with my face, nothing to do with me. I wouldn't even promote it on this channel. It would just be it would be like this is not what it's going to be, but for example, it would be like a crime documentary channel, or it'd be like an old school wrestling channel, like where you go and say like, hey, The Rock was born in 1969 in Hayward, California. Like, it would be a channel like that. It would have nothing to do with my channel, and it would just be a separate channel about another passion of mine, and I would just focus on like doing documentary style behind the scenes. I wouldn't be on the camera. The only way you guys would ever know that it's my channel is by saying, "Oh, that sounds like Will. Wow, I wonder if that's him." But that would be my only other second channel. Yeah, I get that part, Elvis, but I'm not gonna do everything.
Elvis is up early. Good morning.
Maybe he didn't sleep yet. So I'm not gonna do everything YouTube wants. But the views things, yeah, I'm gonna do it that way. I wish I could do the live streams. If we start breaking even a month, I will go back to the other one. So a lot of things would change. I would start doing a lot more creative things once I break even. If we break even, we'll do much more traveling. If I break even, we'll go back to the panorama mode. So once we break even and I don't have financial constraints, we will change a lot about the channel. I don't know if maybe it's good for you guys, maybe it'll be bad.
But remember, they said
But we'll change a lot of stuff.
But they said that when he breaks even, I bet he's not gonna talk much on live.
No, because even if I break even, that channel, it won't be that big. Now, if I'm making lots of money, then that would be a different thing. But if I'm just breaking even, because I'm only about $300 away from breaking even, so realistically, it'll be a few thousand more subscribers in my opinion, so it won't be that much different. But that's the point about the second channel. Big Spender, Big Dave, he's gonna start Will Rants. No, my second channel won't be anything that anybody knows me as, and it would be a passion, like a passion channel. Will Rants channel. Did you find a new controller? No, I've given up on that. You should spend your time doing evergreen channels that would live forever. So remember, I'm a rookie here, man. I still don't, I mean, I'm just learning how to do thumbnails. I still don't know. When I do a thumbnail, I never know. Like, I would love to get to the point. I'm a rookie, man. I don't even think I've been doing real YouTube, like my actual channel, for a year. It might just be approaching a year, and I've only been monetized for about 6 months. So in my mind, I'm still a rookie. Like, I think a lot of you guys don't realize that. Like, I feel like I'm a rookie. I'm in my first year of growing. I don't know what works. I know apartment videos work, this works, right? But I mean, I'm still growing. Like, I'll go make a movie. Like, a lot of these content guys that have been doing it for a while, they'll say like, oh yeah, as soon as I make this is a great thumbnail. Like, for me, still, a thumbnail is a hit or miss for me. I think it's good, and then it ends up not being good, and I'm like, what the hell? So what else was I gonna get different? Oh yeah, I'm gonna get some of this soup. A cooking channel. I probably wouldn't do a cooking channel. I'll do cooking live streams, but cooking channel is too hard because, like, for example, let's say I went and traveled out here for 2 weeks, like at hotels. How would I do my cooking channel? A cooking channel would have to be where I'm based somewhere, like locked into a house or an apartment for long term. And I'm in Asia, so I can't really cook the stuff that I want. My other channel would be something like it would be a passion. Like, how many wrestling fans do we have in here? Have you guys ever seen I think it was on Vice or something, it was called Dark Side of the Ring, and it talks about like all the tragedy of wrestlers' lives and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that I would be doing. Well, that would be that type of content. Maybe not necessarily about wrestling, but it's like where there's a narrator and there's video being shown, and that's the kind of content that I would do for a second channel. I'm also here through watching the part. Yeah, I think most people are. Most people found my channel that way. But remember that video, do you know how close that video was to being thrown away? I wish you guys would have known how close. Like, I think something happened. Like, I had some files saved, and then like I couldn't get those files to open, and I had to like go re-edit the same 12 minutes like 4 different times. And then I think I saved the file and I went to upload it, and I was getting an error, and I was just so frustrated. I was like, screw it, I'm not doing this video anymore. And I almost deleted it. And that was my bread and butter. I got so many subscribers off that. But also go look. So there's some apartment videos that have not done that well. So to be fair, it's not always a hit. 1997, I'm gonna say my peak wrestling, in my opinion, had a peak of about 10 years. Basically like 1987 to about like 1998, 1999. 1998. 98 WCW Nitro and the NWO was still pretty big. So 98 was a big year too. Let me put this sucker in a few more seconds. I found you by randomly scrolling through the live streams. Yeah, I get about 10 to 15% of subscribers through the live streams. Now, Alejandro, remember how people, I think it was you. I think you said, why don't you clip out the live streams and make them as videos? So if I was doing the live streams in the way that I want to do them, in the panorama mode, you would have never found me, because YouTube only shows live streams that are in this mode. If I was doing them the old way that I used to do them, you never would have found my channel, because YouTube doesn't show that mode. Oh, Fluffster.
What are they saying?
We were talking about wrestling. Wrestling died when wrestling became mainstream. Wrestling, I'm gonna say kind of died pretty much. About, in my opinion, I stopped kind of watching it regularly about 99, 2000, 2001, in that little time frame. Mitzi, Fluffy's a pretty big Asian. Fluffy, they said this. Fluffy's a pretty big Asian. She wouldn't be that hard to find.
Yes, my size is not an Asian size.
It's not?
No, even in school, like when we form our line, I would be always the last one.
There's nothing else for, literally, Baller, I wish you would have seen, there's nothing for me to eat here. Absolutely. If you guys were doing a keto diet, I don't think, what can they eat here on a keto diet, Fluffy?
The chicken,
the tiny little bone chicken. There's literally nothing non-carb here. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I need my
carbs for breakfast.
Let me actually get my soy. Let me grab my soy. But look, Baller, look at this. Tell me what options you would have here as a keto. Look, let me show you. Fruits are carbs. Fruits are 100% sugar. There's noodles. Look, this would probably be the only keto option if you got that chicken, right? But look, vegetables, carbs. Chicken stew, you could probably eat the chicken. You could pick the pieces out of the stew. This is sticky steamed rice. This is corn. This is Vietnamese cake. Man, no, I'm the type, if I'm not going to eat carbs, I'm not going to eat carbs at all. I'm not going to say, yeah, it's okay to get loaded up with sugar. Sugar is sugar, dude. Like, sugar, it doesn't matter. If I'm going to avoid sugar, I'm going to avoid sugar. Or either I'm going to eat it or I'm not. But I'm not going to say, it's okay to eat this kind of sugar and not this kind. No, sugar is sugar. Your liver registers sugar no matter if it's diet, sucrose, or if it's fruit sugar. It still registers it the same. You could not do, if that was the case on keto and carnivore, you would be able to eat unlimited fruits. So it definitely doesn't work that way. It's not false. It's not. I am going to get another cup of watermelon juice, though. The watermelon juice is okay. Actually, shockingly, I like this watermelon juice better than the one that I had yesterday that I paid for. Watermelon juices here are either a hit or miss. Like the one that we get at our cafe is really, really, really good. And then the other ones you get, you kind of know like that really watered down watermelon that like just tastes like a hint of watermelon with a ton of ice that's like been mixed. Coffee today. Man, you guys always want me to drink that coffee. But you guys know as soon as that free buffet is done, I will probably never drink another cup of coffee for 5 more years. 5 more years.
My dad is not a coffee drinker, so I think he only drinks coffee. Maybe the last coffee he drank was like 3 years ago. He doesn't like coffee. He would always ask for tea or water.
I don't like, now I don't even know when, I can't even honestly, so I've probably had under 10 coffees in probably 20 years, but I don't think I've had any hot coffee. I've never had a hot coffee here in Vietnam for sure. Every single coffee that I've had here, which is like 5, has all been ice or cold coffee.
I think
I don't like the aftertaste. I don't like bitter taste. So I don't like vinegar. I don't like dark chocolate. I don't like coffee, beer. Even when I used to drink alcohol, I could not stand the taste of beer. Beer is so bitter and it leaves a bad aftertaste. So I don't like vinegar. What else is bitter, Fluffy? All the bitter taste I don't like. But this will, today, assuming we're going to take the early train in the morning. So if we take the early train in the morning, Fluffy, we will not have buffet tomorrow because we'll be gone before the buffet. This would be the last day. This might be our last buffet because, yes, tomorrow we have the buffet also. But if we take the 4:30 in the morning train, we won't get the buffet. So today would be the last day that I would even think about doing the coffee. I won't drink beer. I won't drink any alcohol, but even when I drink alcohol, all I would drink would be clear alcohol. Like I would drink basically vodka. I couldn't stand gin, dark alcohol. I didn't really care for dark alcohol, but I absolutely would never drink beer. I could have a hard cider, like a hard cider or something like that, but I could not drink beer. Beer was absolutely disgusting to me. First, I don't even know how to set up any of the crypto stuff. Second of all, not that many people have crypto. Third of all, people won't even send. There is a few good guys and girls that do send money, but if you think, if no one sends regular cash, tips on the donations here, why do you think they would send crypto? If that's the case, you would say, hey, fill in the words crypto for just a super chat. So it's much harder and much more rare for people to send crypto than even super chat. So that logic sounds good. That's like when you watched, what was that movie, like Superman? He was like, yeah, all we're gonna do is just steal 4 pennies from every account in the world and we'll have $8 billion. You know, drinking alcohol lowers your blood sugar, not beer, ale, or cider though. I didn't know that. Would you live in Vietnam? Um, if I had that kind of money, I don't think necessarily I would live in any country. I think I would be a full-time traveler. That's my goal is to just travel constantly. So if I had that much money, I don't think I would be based in any place. Now, maybe it, if I'm gonna ever be based in my brain right now, I would base myself out of Bangkok and Da Nang. That's how I would do it. But the rest of the time, I would just be traveling. I'd go to South America. I would go to Europe. I would go to where else would I go? I'd go to the Middle East. I'd go to all the countries I haven't done yet. But I think I would be a full-time traveler. Come to the northern part of India and hike for traveling. Mountain view with tours. You can eat fruit. You just can have portion control. 5 minutes is too much to set up, receive. No, remember I was asking people. Man, who was that? Someone was telling me Binance or something like that, and I looked into it only that day, and I forgot about going and checking back. But even when I get that, how many people are willing to even take the time or the effort and say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna send this guy crypto"? So, I mean, if that's the case, if it was that simple to get people to send crypto, right? Why wouldn't they send super chats? Super chats would be way easier and more abundant since everybody has the ability to send it. So on a much harder, limited basis, why do you think it would be any different? Where else have you lived in an expat? I would say probably the second longest city that I lived in was Bangkok. So I've been in Da Nang for over a year and a half. And Bangkok, I was there for probably 7 to 8 months. I've lived in the Philippines for probably 4 months. And then USA for the majority of the time. But then I've been to 20 countries. But those were mostly a week, 3 days, 10 days. So much smaller time. Yeah, maybe Alejandro and one or two other people, maybe, yeah. But do you think it would be that much different than people that could just send a regular super chat? Because we are crypto rich and cash poor. I don't believe that. Do you pay for everything with crypto? So how many of you guys pay 100% with crypto? Because we are crypto rich, will the Filipino feed channels make tons of money? Well, I don't have Filipino feed. I try to pay everything in USD. Well, your channel is growing. It's growing subscribers wise, but shockingly, so here's what's weird. Maybe you guys know YouTube analytics. It's growing subscribers wise, but it's slightly declining subscribers, views wise, and money wise. So what could cause a channel to grow subscribers wise, but views wise down and revenue down? I didn't know it's second in the world. That's interesting.
What?
He says Vietnam is second in the world for crypto ownership. That's crazy.
What's number one?
More verticals? I never do more vertical. The only thing I do vertical are these live streams. And my live streams have 95% always been vertical. So there's no difference between the first 3 or 4 months of my live streams. Actually, my live streams get the most views consistently. 20% of people here have crypto. India first, USA second. That's what I was gonna say. If I guessed an Asian country, I would have said China. I have no clue why it would be Vietnam. No clue. I have no clue. I don't know why Vietnam would be number 2. Fluffy, you look so confused.
I'm not. I'm just thinking what I'll do.
Maybe you can go back and pool.
No, I'll do that later.
Wow, Fluffy's doing 2 days in a row in the pool.
We'll go to the beach later.
Yeah, we'll go. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to the beach later. Yeah, partially, Dark Brother, but when I look, I can break it down. I can see how many subs on my live stream, and they haven't differentiated practically anything. More of it, it's more about my uploaded video views don't get as much, and my revenue is down because of multiple reasons. Memberships are down, super chats are down. So realistically, it's probably those two. So I think the memberships are down, the paid memberships are down, and the super chats are down. Fluffy is contemplating starting a feet channel.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not gonna do that.
First, when I talk, I stutter. Second, I cannot handle reading comments or like having a banter or like having no ending conversation with everyone. Sometimes I like just talking in my mind. I like that better.
Fluffy always says this. Oh, just ignore them. What do you say, Fluffy? She says something like that, like, oh, just ignore
I
them.
really just ignore them, but like I always remind you that everyone has their own.
No, but you always say like,
choices.
oh, just let them be, or
Let them be.
let them be.
What I don't get is like people keep pushing you to do things, or like people keep defending themselves. Like
Let
why
them
do you-
be.
Why do you have to defend yourself about something? Look at your left.
What? What? Oh. Guys, look, here's Fluffy's family. Look what she's doing.
Fluffy, they're watching me.
She's putting it in a to-go container at the buffet. Look, we caught them red-handed. I don't hate feet, but I'm definitely not into feet. Like, it's not a disgusting thing, but it's not a in thing. Like, feet is just feet. It's like, feet to me is like hands or fingers. It's just like, it's there. Like, but I don't understand why people get... Same thing with legs. I don't understand legs. People are like, oh my God, look at her legs. And I'm like, well, yeah, she can walk. What about it? I don't want any more. I'm like, legs? What? Like, the only legs that I stare at and go like, wow, I want those are chicken legs. But I'm like, what the hell are you going to do with the lady's legs? Like,
You admire it.
I'm not an admirer, so maybe because I'm not a patient person, like, you don't do anything with legs. Rowdy Thailand crew moving to Da Nang? Not that I know of. Fluffy, is there any rowdy Thailand group moving to Da Nang? Oh. You mean rowdy drunk people coming from Thailand, not Thailand nationality people. So what I think you mean is the Thailand expats that live in Thailand, that are expats, that are drunk and rowdy, moving to Da Nang because it's cheaper and the regulations. That's what I think you mean. If that's what you mean, I think some, but I think those guys will come and go
They
quick.
would get bored.
Yeah, because Da Nang is not going to give them their same lifestyle. They're not going to find the women. They're not going to find the parties. They're not going to find the drugs. So they'll be in and out in under 3 months.
Not even 3 months, I guess.
Well, that's what I said. They'll be in and out in under 3 months.
People who goes to Da Nang are like people who like sleeping in Chiang Rai, having vacation at Krabi.
Yeah, those guys will not last here.
Yeah.
It would be way too boring for them. It'd be like a guy leaving a bar and going into a library. It's a whole different lifestyle.
Now, for people who goes to Bangkok, I guess they should just go here at Nha Trang.
In my opinion, I don't think there's drugs in Vietnam. Now, I think, well, first of all, in Thailand, you can go get weed legally. So that's already one drug. And I have a feeling that there's more drugs readily available, legal or illegal, in Thailand than you can get in Vietnam. That would be my guess. I don't know, but I just feel that way. I'm not street smart about drugs at all. No, I've never done them. I'm very street smart when I grew up about everything besides drugs. Drugs are one thing that I don't know anything about. Local women tell me bars and clubs are full of bongs and drugs.
And Da Nang.
I don't know.
I saw a shisha bar.
Tell me the stuff I've been wrong about that you can factually 100% prove. I'm gonna get another watermelon juice. I'm gonna take a I'll take a 2-hour nap today. Look at this lady. Let's do a little lemon and watermelon. The lady was like using this. She was sitting here pouring a cup, drinking it, pouring another cup. It's like, lady, just grab your cup and go. She sat here, she did this, and then she started sipping it, standing here, blocking everybody. This lady, let's put her. I mixed it with lemon, but it's not good because the lemon, I think the lemon is just water with a little bit of lemon mixed in. A lot of drugs. Oh, you know what? I should have got the coffee. I should have got a coffee for you guys. I forgot. About the check-in times. Check-in times, I'm still not going to admit to being wrong. Now, check-in, I will admit that most places say 2, but I will tell you, every single hotel we've been to, and I've been to probably anywhere outside of the USA, never, not once have I ever waited to 2 o'clock. Not once.
You're just lucky when it comes to check-in.
I'm not, Fluffy, tell him, I'm not, he said, this is what I've been wrong about. Check-in times, which we'll skip that one. And he says, I'm wrong about the water dispenser.
What's that again?
No, that's Baller. I'm not wrong about the water dispenser. The water dispenser is 100% free. About sugars, no, I'm not wrong. Go Google or go look up, does fruit sugar cause the same spike and your liver register regular sugar just like any other sugar? The answer is yes. So the water dispenser you're already wrong on. That's 100% wrong. All the water dispensers in hotels are public free water. So that one is just a flat out lie. A German guy in my building that travels to Vietnam on motorbike reckons there's a meth epidemic Man, I tell you guys, man, just be high on life. Don't get high on drugs.
You know what? I know someone who's still taking drugs, and I asked him why.
It
What's the
was public
reason?
facing, every single one. Fluffy, which way was the Tui Hua water facing?
Public.
Thank you. And upstairs at the gym is where we got the other water. So 100% wrong once again. The one that we got in Tui
If you
Hua
guys want,
was
go check it
100%.
in your hotel, and then order a lot of water.
That one was
They
100.
will tell you if there's a limit. We only give water per 2 bottles a day, maximum for one guest. Okay? As they, I'm thirsty. What can you give me? They would tell you that, oh, we have
No.
a dispenser or we have a service water. If you guys don't drink service water,
There's no way you're ever going to convince me or any doctor that drugs are better than sugar. Absolutely no one will say that. If that was the case, they would say, hey, let's have a campaign called Just to Say No to Sugar. Let's go throw people in prison for taking sugar. Sugar, you're not going to go eat a donut and go rob your mom or go stab somebody. The sugar is not worse than drugs. 100% not true. People rob and kill people over it. You don't go, oh man, I just ate a donut. Let me go over here and go stab this lady so I can go get some more donut money.
yeah, like you watch Soft White Underbelly. There's a reason why they
There,
do drugs.
there is a water bottle here. What they do is they take that lemon water and they put it out here during check-in time. That's where we got our water here first. So when we first got here, I said, "Oh, Fluffy, look at this water," and it's one of these. They take one of those and they put it in there during check-in. That's what their public water is. So that's what they had. And then on the gym, there's water. And then at Tui Hua, they have a permanent water station. Sugar, come on, man. No one has ever went to rehab for sugar.
Maybe for their diet they did.
Alejandro, hell no. Sugar is not worse than drugs. I know. These, I think they're, what's that word called? I think these are projectionists that are guys that take drugs that want to justify taking drugs. Oh, yeah, I do meth and heroin, but sugar is the bad stuff. Come on, guys. Like, it sounds like a 6-year-old when you guys say, drugs? Yeah, you can go take drugs. That's better than sugar. That's better than having a donut. People got stabbed in the long line for Popeyes. That's not for the food or sugar. That's because someone said, like, hey, motherfucker, get out of the way. I was here first. And people's ego and attitude say, oh, man, you stepped on my foot. That's what it's about. It's not, hey, man, I'm going to stab you so I can go get my chicken sandwich. No, it's not that. Man, you guys would be great Democrat news stations with your guys' propaganda and your complete dishonest headline titles. You guys would be amazing Democrat CNN reporters. I believe they mean high corn fructose sugar. Sitting and guzzling pop all day doesn't help anyone. No, what they're saying is they would rather someone do meth and hardcore drugs than do sugar. So they're saying, hey, it would be better to do meth and drugs every single day than do sugar every single day. And that's 100% wrong. Couldn't be further from the truth. I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent. So I'm not a Republican. I've been a registered independent since 2009. At this point in time, everyone is basically in the know of how crazy the Democrats are. Now, I will give the same back to Republicans, man. Republicans have their own problems. But over the past 5-10 years, the Democrats are way over the top and just completely insane on headlines. I don't make up lies. I tell you guys the truth. I'm the only one that tells you, like, I shouldn't be eating as much sugar. I tell you this. where you guys will flat out lie. Baller will say, oh, the water wasn't facing him when I'm the one that poured the water. Like, how is a guy that's sitting over on a different part of the world going to tell me which way the water was facing me? And that's just go watch the live stream. That was a flat out lie. Fluffy has sat here and told you it's facing me. I told you it's facing me. The video stream shows it's facing me. But you will sit there to the day that you die and say it wasn't facing me. That is a bold-faced lie. I never backpedal. Baller, I mean, to me, it's kind of embarrassing that Baller, not only did Fluffy tell you 100% it was facing me, I told you. You can go back on the stream and see it. There's 3 proofs that it was facing me. 3. And yet he'll still say, okay. He won't say, okay, you're right. I say, when I'm proven wrong, I'll say, okay, I guess you guys are right about that. Baller will sit there to the day that he dies and say, oh, no, it wasn't facing you. And it's like, yes, it was facing me. Sugar is bad, it's addictive, but it isn't worse than drugs. I agree with you, Alejandro.
When you ask the
more addicting, I would say that's a better argument. I would say that's a better argument, Mitzi, but no way will I say that drugs are better than sugar. I will say it's a debate whether it's more addictive. I will say that part. But that's not the argument you guys said at the start. Now that is a much more debatable issue, but you guys started the conversation with drugs are better for you than sugar. That was your original argument. Now you guys are the one that's backpedaling. Because at first it was drugs are better for you, not more addictive. You said better. That is the argument. No, it wasn't. Do you want me to pin? Here we go. I'll pin your guys' message. So I have the ability to pin. So we'll pin it. So let's see who the hypocrite backpedalers are. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. There we go. You did. You did. Right there. Right there. Nowhere in that sentence does it say addictive. Will says don't take drugs, but he takes something worse. Sugar. There it is. And there's another lie. Sugar is not a drug. So you guys are flat out lying. I gotta point it out. Sugar is not a registered drug. Now you guys can say, well, it's worse. Sugar, if you look it up, sugar is not a drug. So if you guys want to speak facts and act, you're a hypocrite, you're back. No, you guys are just saying flat out lies. Show me where sugar is a drug, a legal or an illegal drug. Alcohol is not even a drug. Is sugar a drug? Sugar isn't classified as a drug, but it can have, drug-like effects on the brain. Consuming sugar releases dopamine. Read this first line. Sugar isn't classified as a drug. Thank you very much. I've already done it.
What does it taste?
Fluffy, when I did carnivore, was I going crazy not eating sugar? Okay.
You'll see Will when it comes to what he wants to do, he's more disciplined to that. When he tells you something, he does it.
Alcohol is legal, but that's a lot worse than... I agree with that sentence. But you just said sugar is a drug. Sugar in no legal sense is a drug. Sugar has never been classified as a drug. That was the argument.
Are you done, Fluffy?
I I I don't agree with Dark Brother. That's a random statement that is not based on anything. All right, I realize I cannot have conversations with Mitzi or Baller, so you guys are free to chat in here, but I could show you guys factual proof something. I can show you, hey, the sky is blue, and you guys say, no, the sky is red. It's whatever I say is the opposite. I wish. So those two I cannot speak to. I have the statement right there. Read down at the bottom. Will says, don't take drugs, but he takes the worst one, sugar. What does the worst one mean? What does the worst one mean? Let's break down the sentence. Will says, don't take drugs, but he takes the worst one. That means he's saying that I take the worst drug. There's nowhere in the world that sugar is a drug. No, you didn't say addiction. You didn't say addiction. You said drugs. You're backpedaling. So feel free to chat, but I can't speak to people that dance around and backpedal. If sugar was classified as a drug, you would be arrested for eating a piece of pie. I agree, Diane. I agree. We've never disagreed that sugar is addictive. I've always told you that sugar is addictive. So you're making a statement that I agree with. I agree, Baller's delusion is real. Bobbing and weaving. If you want drugs, go to Portugal. I was in Portugal. I didn't know there was a large population of drugs, though. I'm using your own words, Baller. I don't understand. Baller, please explain. Explain your sentence. Will says don't take drugs, but he takes the worst one. What does that sentence mean? What does that sentence mean? This is your chance, Baller. Please explain. If you don't explain, and you say, oh, maybe I mistyped. Okay, tell me you mistyped then. Because
Sophie, are you done with the...
Danong or Nha Trang? There's Big E, Fluffy.
Big E, no, I have so much to tell you.
I'm gonna tell you this. If money is not an issue, you're gonna still run into these problems, Big E. You're gonna run into lots of Russians, less English.
He doesn't mind that.
I'm just telling him what he's gonna run into over Danong. You're gonna run into less English, much more Russians, much less, much more humid weather. What else, Fluffy? What's going to be here? Humid weather, hot weather, much more expensive food prices.
How about English?
Less English. We don't know about apartments, though.
Apartments? No, if you would be to apartments in Central, no.
Yeah, in my opinion, you have two places to live here. Baller, once again, I've told you, I do not disagree. I've told you last night, sugar is addictive. So you're trying to change your argument. I have agreed with you that sugar is addictive so many times. What we haven't agreed with is that it's a drug. But I told you last night it's very addictive. I've told you this.
There are more international...
All right, Barler, I apologize, but I'm going to have to give you a kick. You can come back in 12 hours, but I'm going to have to do this.
There are more international... Fluffy, there are more international hotels here, right? Compared to the
Yes.
We have
So,
Hyatt,
Big E, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. You are going to get much, much, much better bang for your buck on hotels in the main area.
Central. They have, because what they call this area is North Nha Trang, Central Nha Trang.
We're not
and
doing
South
free
Nha
speech anymore.
Trang.
When you guys are here to only go against me, then we're kicking people. At 6,000, we're going to start kicking a lot more people too.
They called it right, North, South, and
Which
Central.
one?
The place is here.
Yeah. But if you had two neighborhoods to choose from, this one and Marcus's neighborhood is basically the only two options, I say.
We still have the beach to decide which beach is better.
Yeah, we haven't seen this beach yet.
Yeah,
The
we
other
haven't
beach
stepped in.
is more of a family, I don't know what you would kind of call it, like a smaller cove type of beach.
Yeah, but like the people are like locals and tourists, expats and tourists.
Would it be my second choice in Vietnam? So, Big E, if we lived here, we would have to live in this other neighborhood that's across town, but it's a weird neighborhood. So basically, you live in a compound where it's all Western food. So you walk out of your apartment, you go downstairs like Wong Tan, right? But everything is right down there. You have a pizza place, you have like 30 restaurants, and you will never get past 10 minutes. So basically, imagine walking out of your building and living on Chao Ti Vente your whole life. That's what that area would be like. You would never go anywhere. Like the guy that we met up yesterday, he hasn't been out of a 10-minute radius in 3 weeks, and there's no Vietnamese food there.
No,
Well, there
he's
is.
okay with that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to review it. But you do have a beach, and the beach is like a cove beach. But the biggest thing, you guys probably wouldn't do it. You guys would fly out for your visa run. But a bus visa run here is 23 hours long. So you guys would, I'm sure, fly out.
Yeah, I think they like Mick realized that Mick would not do the bus ride. He said that next time he thinks that he would fly out too.
Yeah. So if I had a good chunk of more money, I would probably fly out too. Because I like to travel. But I would have to have blow money. Like I would have to have money that I just didn't care about, because I'd let an apartment sit and then I would be out for 5 to 7 days. So I would have to have 500 plus extra dollars a month to even think about that.
Don't base your on how you think how Nha Trang looks on Philip's video. It's like that's just like one portion.
Yeah.
It's different.
I don't ever
It's
order.
crazy.
Go ahead, Fluffy.
No, because it's crazy when you go here in Nha Trang. Every section, once you cross every bridge is different. Like there's this area, it's different. There's this area, it's way different.
Yeah, there's no area that we're in right now. There's no comparison to in Da Nang. So it's like putting a big fancy Bangkok neighborhood in Da Nang,
And Pattaya.
but it's a large chunk more expensive. We don't ever order Grab food. I do not. My thing is I don't like eating inside. The only time we'll eat inside is if we cook, but I'm not going to sit there and order food from a restaurant and eat inside.
Coffee, there's no seats. Are you done?
I'm done. How long? I get mine done in about 11 and a half hours. So let me finish this. My visa run, I start at 6 in the morning and I'm back even into my apartment by 6 at night. So it's 12 hours door to door, sometimes a little slower. Sometimes a little faster. But out here, It's 23 hours. It's more than double. So, in my opinion, I even for a budget guy, I that's why it's kind of a deal breaker to me. I couldn't do the 23-hour sleeper bus ride. I couldn't do it. So if I lived here, I would have to do the flight visa run. But the flight visa run is going to cost you $500 to $600 for two people instead of like $300 for two people for the bus run. So I couldn't do it. Yeah, if you have an additional $3,000 a year or so, then maybe. But $3,000 is the equivalent to 4 months of living for me. So, sorry. So for me, um, it's like a 25% life increase to do the travel. And for me, it's not worth it, especially for a guy that has an apartment. For a guy that has an apartment, it's not worth it. Now, if I didn't have an apartment, then it would be a little bit easier. But literally, it's going to cost me an extra 20+% to do flight visa runs every single year. It's going to tack on 20% minimum. Why not fly and live there a month? Multiple reasons. So for one, for me, I would lose my amazing great deal apartment in Da Nang. So my apartment would be gone. Now when I go back to Da Nang after a month, I'm going to pay more for less of an apartment. That's the other problem. The second problem is that, let's say you come down here and you rent a place for a month, you're going to pay higher. So Marcus pays $7 million for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, but for only a 1-month rental, I would probably pay $8 or $9 million because it's a short-term rental price. For 3, I still like Da Nang better than Nha Trang.
Do you think, Puffy, when it comes to having a deal here, they
Hold
like,
on. Sorry, Fluffy. It is not. It's 400. So first of all, Dark Brother, me and Fluffy.
face it.
So me and Fluffy's each one of our visa runs would cost us minimum $500 to $600. So let's do the math really, really quickly. Let's just play it safe. We'll do the highest cost on each. So it's going to cost me and Fluffy $600 per visa run. We have to do 4 of them a year, right? So just in visa runs, it's going to cost us $2,400. Now on bus visa runs, it's going to cost us $300 times 4, $1,200. So it's going to cost, probably around $1,200 to $1,500 extra a year. So $12 to $15. I don't know where you come up with $400. Now, please don't say like, oh, well, you take a 97-hour bus ride to Cambodia. No, I'm talking about comparing apples to apples. We would either do the visa run straight from Da Nang, which will cost us $300 for both of us. It'll cost $165 for me and $125 for Fluffy because she doesn't have to pay for the Lao visa. So that's what, $290? Let's call that $300. So $300, $300, $300, $300. That's $1,200 for the visa bus run options. It's going to cost $600 for the flight option. So 6, 12, 18, 24. So $2,400 for the flight visa run option, $1,200. So it's literally exactly 50%. So I would spend an extra $1,200-ish a year extra. Okay, put it this way. Even if we do one person, let's cut that in half. So that means instead of being 3, 6, 9, 12, it would be 600, and the flights would be 1,200. So it's $600 difference. $600 per person.
Fluffy, look at the bag he has. Is same as your shorts.
I know, I seen that guy earlier.
Really?
It's not that hard to arrange your own visa run. Dark Brother, you're the one that was crying about getting stuck in Cambodia. I'm not going to do that. You tell me stop saving $1, $2. You're only saving $40 doing your own visa run, and you're taking all the risk. It makes no sense. Now, if you were saving hundreds of dollars, maybe, but the visa run. So put it this way: the Lao visa is $40. The Vietnam visa is 25. So that's $65. So literally, I'm paying only $100 for the Lin visa run, because the other 65 are the visas that you have to pay no matter what. So I'm basically paying $100 for the transportation. Whereas, yeah, you can go probably arrange it for 30, 40 bucks. So you save 60 and you get bribed at the station for 10 or 15 bucks, maybe 20. So you literally save $40, but you have to go do the paperwork. You're the type that pays for convenience. You're going to literally sit there and go do all your paperwork and go talk to the border agents. No, you're not. Not for 40 bucks. You go eat dinner for 40 bucks. So the convenience king, is not going to sit there and do everything on your own and risk it. You're not going to do it for 40 bucks. If my monthly income was like 4K a month, what city would you live in? Any one of the cities that I really like, I would live in. 4,000, I cannot imagine you ever spending even half that. No way would you even spend 3,000 in any of the cities that we talk about. 4,000, I mean, I don't think you have a problem living in any city on any lifestyle at 4,000. No reason why you can't break even soon. Apartment videos would do that. Even 2 a month. No, two apartments. So put it this way. Even when I do a big, awesome apartment video, I make maybe 40 or 50 bucks. Maybe 50. And that's pushing it on that video a month. So even if we said we did outrageous numbers on 2 videos a month, that would get me an extra $80 to $100 a month. So realistically, I'm probably about $300 US away from breaking even. So I would literally have to do like 5 apartment videos, maybe 6, and they would have to get like 10,000 plus views on each one of them. So apartment videos won't get me there. That was because of Tet. 24-hour bus trip, a few days in Cambodia, and 24-hour bus trip back. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Fluffy can't even how long of a bus trip can you handle, Fluffster? She cries on the 11-hour bus ride.
I just don't like how they drive.
I couldn't. There's no way. So you guys know I'm a budget guy, but if I was living in Nha Trang, I would have to do the flight. There's no way I could do the 23-hour bus ride. And then you're talking about a 23-hour bus ride and then staying. I couldn't do it. So if I lived here, I would have to figure out how I would afford the flight. There's no way I would do a sleeper bus for 23 hours. I'm with you. I'd rather pay for convenience. Now, I will pay for convenience when it's not that much. Now, put it this way. If the visa run was costing $600 and I could do it for $100 and save $500, yes, I would save the money. But when it boils down to 40 or 60 bucks and taking risk that you're going to be bribed, that you're going to be denied a visa, that you're going to have some issue, I'm not going to take the risk for 40 or 60 bucks. Now, if it was 500, 600 bucks, yeah, I probably would. But for 40 or 60 bucks, 24 on a bus is bad. No, 24 hours on a bus is insane. And that's a sleeper bus. That's a sleeper bus, and I still couldn't do it. The way I would do it is get multi-entry business visa is in Cambodia for a year for about 100. Then when I'm ready to do my visa run, one night in Saigon. See, that's so much that you've already killed my budget though. So you're doing an extra 100, right? Cambodia for a year. Wait, I want to know what, I just looked at this last night. What Cambodian year-long visa is 100 bucks? I seen the cheapest visa was 300. So first of all, how am I going to get from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh? If you say flight, it's about 90 bucks round trip. So you're adding an extra 100. You're adding at least an extra 100 for a visa. So that's another 200. 200 is 18% of my monthly budget. So yeah, you have the money. You can throw it around. But $100 for me, $100 for me is 15 to 20% of my budget. So imagine any of your guys' budget saying like, hey, just go get a year-long visa that you only kind of use every once in a while. Don't go to Shenzhen on 4K a month. Really? I was in Shenzhen in 2019. I don't remember it being that expensive. but that was in 2019. And actually, I kind of remember my hotel was like 20 something bucks, and I was right by a really big. I lived right by their Shenzhen's version of like New York Central Park. Can you get more than 5 million at once at VP Bank? No, not that I know of. The only place that I know that you can get for sure more than 5 million is HSBC. I took a 37-hour train and I loved it. But remember, you were probably younger and you said you drank. Can you imagine being sober on a 37-hour train ride and doing it now at your age? Once you're in Phnom Penh, there's a place that you can get a year-long visa. I've never heard of that. It's interesting, but I looked up because I was just curious again. I wanted to look up if Fluffy can get a year-long visa in Cambodia. I was just looking that up last night. I'll look into that, but the cheapest I seen was I think 300 bucks for a year long. But remember, tell me, how are you getting from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh? I am not going to do a 30-hour train ride, or if I do a flight, it's going to cost me 100 bucks round trip, or at least 90 bucks to get from Da Nang to Ho Chi Minh and then Ho Chi Minh back to Da Nang. Yeah, you could do multiple transactions at the bank. So you can do TP Bank, you can pull out 5 million, put your card back in, do 5 million, and then put your card back in. You can do that multiple times. I could not. I don't even think you guys could pay me. I don't think you guys could pay me to do a 37-hour train trip. How many of you guys could do a 37-hour? I can, guys. I'll admit, I'm kind of fine after the 11 or 12-hour bus ride, but remember, I go back home and then I at least take a nap. But man, 11 hours compared to 37 hours, that's more than 3 times. I did an all-day bus ride from Nha Trang. But actually it's not that bad though. Fluffy, how far is Nha Trang to Ho Chi Minh?
That I don't know.
I think that's only like 6 hours, Dark Brother. That's the same time that we did Da Nang to Wien Yan. We did it in 5. So that's still not that bad. But you're missing the whole point. Nha Trang to Da Nang is 10 hours. So for me, who lives here, you're making a 3 or 4 day trip just to get to Cambodia. That's too much. That's too much for me, because it takes. Let's say you skip Wien Yan. You go from Da Nang to Nha Trang. That's 10 hours by itself, right? So you do a whole full real day, 10 hours. Then you are gonna stay in Nha Trang for that night. So that's 1 day to get there, 1 day to stay over. So now you're in Nha Trang. The next day, you're going to do like a 6 or 7 or 8 hour, whatever it takes. That's another day. Then you're going to stay in Ho Chi Minh that night. So you're on day 4 before you even break into Cambodia while you're paying rent back in Da Nang. So does it make sense? I don't think so. I don't think Nha Trang is that far. Let me look it up. I think Nha Trang to Ho Chi Minh is only like 6 hours. Let me double check though. I think it's only like 6 hours. So let me see. I think it's like 6. I could be wrong, but let's see. Let's do Ho Chi Minh. Not Go Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh City. Ho Chi Minh is, 5 hours and 49 minutes. Oops. So Ho Chi Minh is only 5 hours and 40 minutes. So let's call it 6 hours. So 6 hours is just like what we did. We did Da Nang to Wien Yan, which was like a little over 5 hours. So almost the same. So that's nothing. But you still have to get from Da Nang to Nha Trang, which is 10 hours. And then you got to spend the night. Then you got to go from Nha Trang to Ho Chi Minh, spend the night. You're on your 4th day before you even get into Cambodia. Yeah, but it takes you. You're on your 4th day before you even get into Cambodia, and those 4 days you're not in Da Nang. So you're paying for an apartment in Da Nang for 4 days that you don't use, and then you're in Cambodia for how long? So you're paying for an apartment in Da Nang while you're out of Da Nang for 7, 10, 11 days? Yeah, but you keep missing the point. You're paying for multiple places. You're literally throwing money away in Da Nang for a third of a month while you go do this, and it takes you 4 days to get down there. Fluffy, the sun starts coming on this part. I could feel it on the back of me. Yeah, look at you, but then me, you put me in the sun. If Nha Trang had a better visa option, it would make it closer to an option here, but the visa run kills it, the humidity kills it, and then having to live in that second area up there, all that combinations. So if I had to live anywhere, I would love to live here, but it's just not price effective. I would actually make it into a mini vacation for like a month. So then you would lose your apartment. If you were me, Dark Brother, what would you do about your amazing deal apartment in Da Nang? So you would either have to blow a month and pay for a month that you don't get any use out of, or you would have to lose your apartment, go back, get an inferior place for as much or more. So that's the other aspect. You're telling me I should do that, but you're not factoring in the stuff that I would lose. So if I ever leave, Fluffy, how come this won't go up? So for me, that's the big reason why I can't move out and do things, because I'll lose my amazing deal. I thought you believe in free speech, kicking someone out because they proved you wrong. Okay, so I guess you're the same person. So I only banned Baller for 30 minutes, but if he's going to come under other names, then maybe the ban will be longer, because no one came in 30 minutes later and did that. Plus, I chose to. If people are going to sit there and lie, then they're going to get kicked. He told me, no, the water wasn't facing you, when video proves it, Fluffy said it, and I said it. So I guess Logan is just a good Samaritan 30 minutes later. So whether it's right or wrong, I guess Baller gets a longer break because his buddy did it. So I only banned him for 30 minutes, but it looks like when he comes back, if he wants to come back, then it will be longer. So there you go. Yep, we're not going to be playing games anymore. You guys can speak all you want, but when you guys on purpose troll and say things that are not true, like the water wasn't facing me, and there's video proof, Fluffy said it, I said it, then yes, we're going to kick people. Like, too many subscribers are trying to make the channel about themselves, and it's not about any person individually. So when we get that, I'm telling you guys, there will be a lot more suspensions or bans. I would work with my landlady. Impossible, Dark Brother. That situation won't work with my landlord. So help me out, give me another alternative option, but it's telling my landlord, hey, just let it sit for a month and don't rent it out, but then I'll come back. That won't work. So you can suggest another option, though. Do you think content would be as good as... That's another thing. Marcus lives here and he does YouTube, and he said that he noticed a big downward spike. He says that he just doesn't think... So supposedly he said there's no English-speaking YouTubers here. Now that's a great thing for the future, but he says right now he notices the views are way, way down. So that's going to be a problem. It'll be great once it kind of finally kicks off and Nha Trang kind of gets bigger for expats. But as of right now, he says... So he still uploads Da Nang content, and he says his Da Nang content does better than his Nha Trang content. When I got one from Ho Chi Minh to Soc Trang and on the Bach Lu, you know how much I spent for waiting on the fair crossing just because the boat was on the other side of the river? It was like 6 hours. No, you guys can have the freedom to speech to say what you want, but when you guys on purpose lie, then there will be kicks out. Like you guys can say, man, you're crazy for not liking seafood. You guys can say, hey, man, your budget's too low. You guys can say that. But if you guys tell me, no, the water wasn't facing you, and it clearly was, and there's video proof, then yeah, that means either you guys are just on purpose lying or you're trying to troll, and that's disruptive to the chat. So that is the new rule moving from this point. But you guys can say, hey, man, you're mean. You guys can say, hey, you're cheap. That I have no problem with. But when you flat out lie and you basically spit in my face and call me a liar and say, you're lying, the water wasn't facing you, then yes, you will be kicked out of my room. I told her to rent it out, just reserve one. She doesn't have any other apartments. That's the thing, Dark Brother. Our landlord has one apartment, that's it. So there's no alternative. So she would rent it out, and then when I came back, there would be nothing for me to rent. We're not going to go anywhere else. So this is we will go to, if we go to Wien Yan, we're going to go to Wien Yan Center Hotel, and you guys have already seen that video. There's a free coffee maker and a free public water dispenser at Wien Yan Hotel. Go back like 3 days, we looked at it. So there's a free, go back and look at the Wien Yan Center Hotel. What was that, 3 days ago? We took a look at it. That was the place that was $5 a night. There's an awesome lobby there. That was the place that was the $5 one. Dark Brother, you're on the verge of trolling too. The guy sat there for 5 minutes and said, you're lying, Will. It was not facing you. And I said, go check the video. I showed the camera to Fluffy and I said,
Even the front desk employee told you that here's
yeah, the front desk did it. It's on video. I said it. I mentioned it 5 times in a row. I said, no, it's not. No, it's not, baller. It was facing me. I'm the one that filled up the water. The guy didn't fill up the water for me. I filled up the water. So for him to sit there 5 messages in a row and tell me, that's not true, then yeah, I'm sorry, you're going to get kicked.
I don't understand. What's the fascination of water?
I don't know.
What's the concern?
First of all, I don't understand. But their whole thing is, Will, you're stealing water from employees. That's their...
Okay,
so it's just...
What's the purpose? What's the...
I don't... They like to troll. There's no other explanation than they like to troll.
What's the point of that?
Yeah, what is the point? 100% it was free, but let's say it wasn't. What is your guys' end game that I got water? What is the end game?
No, but the thing here, go tell a hotel employee, oh, this guy steals water from the hotel. Let's see who's gonna be laughed at.
To be real, living now with 6,000 subs versus living in a year with 20,000 will make it easier. I don't know if we're ever going to get to that point. I have no clue. Would your landlord rent it out apartment? No. So if I'm paying, then yeah, I get the place. The problem is, like right now, I rent my place and I pay $16 a night for it, right? But now I'm also paying for this place, which is $12 a night. So I'm basically paying $30 a night to have my apartment. So I'm basically paying $30 a night to have my apartment sit empty and to have this place. So $30 a night is not feasible because I'm spending an extra 40% on rent while I'm out. The rest of the day, I'm going to take a nap. It's still early. Jesus Christ, it's only 8:30 in the morning. More subs equals more people following when you move. I did ask Marcus that question. I said, do you think my channel would do a little better? So Marcus just hit the 500 subscriber mark. So he just started YouTube. So he does have less subscribers. And I asked him that question. I said, do you think with me having 6,000 subscribers, do you think my channel might do a little better? And he said, yeah, I think you would probably do a little better, but you're not going to do as good as you would in Danong. And I kind of believe that too. You wouldn't want to rent, Will. While he's gone, the landlady might like the extra money she got. The water, he has divided the chat.
Feel disgusted to us because we still water from hotel.
Well, to me, if you're going to state facts and you did not check if it's true, then yes, he should be kicked out. A lot of trolls don't answer them. It's like political 54-46. Nobody's arguing that it's not free. Yes, that was your guys' whole point, was that it was not free.
It's like you're making us feel disgusted, that you're disgusted with us because we steal water from hotels.
I can't stand the guys that once they get caught in a lie, just like he said, Will, something about drugs. Will talks about not doing drugs, but he does the worst drug of them all, sugar. And then when I say, it's not a drug, and he goes, I didn't say it was a drug. Yes, you did, and I pinned your comment. When people do that, they will be kicked. And the first time will just be a short kick, and then the second time will be a ban. So I hate to say it this way, but it's true. The chat and the channel will go on without any one subscriber. One subscriber is not bigger than the channel, and that's how it's going to be. I've been too nice for a long time. Go on Fat and Broke's channel, go on any other subscriber's channel. 99% of the time, they're not even going to respond to your comments. I respond to almost every comment on here. I spend more time doing live streams than probably any other live streamer that you guys watch. So I give you guys plenty of attention. I give you that. And if you guys are going to disrespect me, call me a liar, or troll in my room, then you will be kicked. And I have no hard feelings and no sweat off my back. You guys are bringing me back to the old Will when I grew up. If this was in person and you guys were doing this to me, it would not end well in many, many cases. So you guys know the Will that's on YouTube that's a nice guy, but don't have me turn into the gypsy mode Will. I wasn't angry about it. I've agreed with him a million times. Sugar is very addictive, but he kept trying to say sugar was a drug. And I posted his comment to show everyone. His comment was, Will, you say you don't do drugs, but you do the worst drug of them all. And I said, baller, sugar is not a drug. It's never been classified. He goes, I didn't say it was a drug. And I said, yes, it is. Let me go post your message. I post his message right here and goes, I didn't say it was a drug. And I said, I posted your message right here. And then he goes, no, I didn't say it's a drug. And I said, okay, I got to kick you. Because he just kept going back and back and back. I mean, that's not even the point. YouTubers, go into a YouTube channel and just go say anything. Most of those guys are going to kick you or not respond to you. Go tell me what channels constantly do live streams and chat with you guys and answer 99% of your guys' questions. Go tell me another channel that does it. I don't think anyone actually cares for the free water. We just want Will to rant. That's exactly what the point is. You guys want to troll. That's it.
No, Will, you're disgusting. You steal water from hotels.
Whether that water dispenser is attended for all 200 guests, it is though. That water is for anybody that wants to use it in the hotel. That's 100%. But he only has the same amount of viewers as you on his live stream. No, well, maybe views. He gets more people though. He definitely, like when I popped in a few times, he has 100 or 200 people. I'll be fair, he has like 100 or 200 people watching his live stream. I don't know what he gets live stream views wise, but he gets a good amount of, he gets way more actual people in the room, and he does have way more subscribers. It was public facing though. That's the point. It's on video. Fluffy told you. I told you.
You're disgusting for stealing water. That's who we are. We're disgusting stealing water.
So even now, even Fluffy's getting mad about it. So I'm just warning you guys now. If you guys like the channel, if you guys like speaking there, I will not put up with on purpose trolling. You guys can say what you want, but if it's on purpose deliberate trolling to get me to rant, then you will be kicked. Because I'm not going to rant anymore. So if you guys are trying to get me to rant and trying to disagree, then it will be The first time I'll give you guys a short timeout. And then the second time will be a hide you from the channel, which means that you guys can't ever... You guys can comment, but your comments will never be seen. So YouTube will hide all comments from me and all the other people. Just had late dinner. Late dinner? It's only 8:30. How much is a liter of water? Out here?
We don't buy water because we steal water.
Now you guys got Fluffy upset. Now she's real upset now. You guys haven't even seen upset from Fluffy. Of course I'm going to do what I want. I always do what I want, especially on my channel. So you guys tell me to do apartment videos, I don't want. Like, no matter what, I am always going to do what I want. I've always done what I want in my life, and I always do what I want on the direction of the channel. 9:30 p.m. in Washington, D.C. Oh, I agreed 100% with Baller. I think sugar is very, very addicting. I think actually sugar might be on the same level as alcohol, because remember, I stopped drinking alcohol, and sugar is close, but it's not a drug. I mean, it might be addictive, yes, I have no doubt, but that wasn't the only thing that Baller constantly tells me, oh, you're gonna do this, oh, you're gonna do this, oh, so it causes other people in the chat not to talk. It distracts from other people's conversations, and we're just not going to have the distractions anymore. Did you become a GoDa affiliate? I applied, but it asked to verify your domain. Javi, so I did. I kept getting denied every single time, so I kind of gave up, right? Then I applied through travel payouts, and then I got denied again. I contacted travel payouts. They said they would contact them for me. This is after 5 times of being denied. They contacted them, and I also applied again on a GoDa, got denied, and then 20 minutes later, travel payouts contacted me and said, hey, good news. We were able to get you an affiliate link. So yes, now I have an affiliate link, but I still can't explain how I got approved, because every time I approved directly through a GoDa, they denied me. And then somehow through travel payouts got me through it. So that's the answer to that. Definition of a drug is a 100% classified drug, whether it's a legal drug or an illegal drug. Very, very simple, basic definition. Not a, well, it feels like a drug. Like, is it registered as a drug, whether a legal or an illegal drug? Very simple definition. Appreciate the info. Yeah, try travel payouts. I don't know if you know what travel payouts is, but it's like a catch-all affiliate link site, and like you can apply for all these companies on one site, so it kind of keeps it all together. And actually, I was able to speak to someone on that. That's what helped. J. Paul Lucas, man, I don't think I've seen you in here in a while. I don't think I've seen you in a while. On certain definitions, yes, on definition, just like, so Mitzi, is there such thing as a woman and is there such thing as a man? If you say, well, it's up to the person. No, a man is clearly defined by what parts they have. A woman is defined by what parts they have. So, yes, there's certain things that are clearly defined. I came back from Vietnam with the avian flu. Damn, you got that? I came back from Vietnam with the avian flu. Damn, I haven't even heard about that. Yeah, try to do a GoDa payouts. Try to do a GoDa payouts. No, I'm sorry, not a GoDa payouts. Travel payouts. I don't even know. I think the avian, isn't that the bird flu? What if they change their part? No. So I could change anything about anything. That doesn't. So if I buy a Toyota Corolla and I take off the badges and I put Lexus on it, it doesn't become a Lexus. It becomes something that looks like a Lexus, but it's not a Lexus. Did you get a test for the COVID, Dark Brother? I told you that I had COVID for about a month after flying. Do you? I don't know if you remember if I don't remember if you said that if did you get a test? How are you positive you had it? You have 12 coffees a day. You're not addicted. So I don't think you guys actually know the definition of addiction. So addiction, most people believe. So the legal definition of addicted isn't what you guys think. Go look up the medical definition of an addiction. So addiction doesn't mean, oh, you drink a lot of alcohol. An addiction means that you have consequences from what your action is. So most people, if you ask them, hey, what's an alcoholic? What's an addiction? What's alcoholic? They'll say, oh, that's someone that drinks a lot. No, it's not. So you have to have an addiction or to be an alcoholic, it has to give you negative consequences from your action, whether that's health, whether that's family, financial. So just drinking a lot of alcohol doesn't make you an alcoholic. Most people believe that, but go look up the legal definition. I promise you guys, go look up the legal definition of what an alcoholic is or an addiction. Nope, that's not even the definition of an alcoholic. So there's people that binge drink also. So they don't, everyone, even I thought it until I actually read and listened to Loveline, which is Dr. Drew. And the actual definition is that you have to suffer consequences from your action. Now, there could be many, many consequences, but just drinking a large quantity of something does not make you an alcoholic. Caffeine is a drug. I think, so... I mean, well, first of all, any kind of soda or any kind of drinks doesn't have to have caffeine in it. If the government allows it, equals not a drug. Legally, yeah. So like in the United States, in some parts of USA, weed is perfectly fine. In some parts, it's illegal. So it all depends. Some parts of the world, coca leaves are legal. Some parts of the world, it's not. Fluffy, how hot do you think it is right now? Addiction does not mean you have to do it every day. That is the false, normal belief, but that is not the true belief. That is not the true definition.
Sophie, what are we doing today?
We're going to go to the beach later. I'm going to take a nap, and I got to charge my stuff.
Are we going to Philip's place?
I don't know where his place actually is. So... that, and then Marcus said that he might be down here, but he said not till later. That's what he said.
Maybe we could go to the tower.
The tower?
The white tower.
Yeah, we'll probably do that when we do the beach, though.
Walk up to there. It's like 30 minutes walk.
We'll depend on how hot it is. We have to do that. We have to... we're going to see what time Marcus wants to meet up. I'm going to take a nap while I charge my stuff. And then, are you going to go in the pool?
Maybe later.
Later? Sorry, I missed you guys' messages.
Swim at the pool.
Who?
Marcus.
I don't know. He'll bring his snorkel equipment.
You will?
I don't know. Good thing, actually, he almost left his stuff. You could be addicted to jogging every day. I never knew anyone to die from weed, but alcohol, I don't know. I guarantee you there is some deaths. There's probably someone that there has to be. For example, someone smoked weed, was impaired, and got into a car accident. So I'm not sure where you're technically defining it. Now, are you talking about drank too much alcohol and died, and smoked too much weed and died? I'm sure there's got to be a case. But yes, in general, that would probably be true. Um, you had the new COVID and not the bird flu. The bird flu virus hasn't transferred to human yet. Addiction is the inability to stop using a substance or engaging in behavior. Yeah, so that the big part that you said is the inability. So you can drink alcohol every single day, but if you say, "Hey, I could stop tomorrow," and you actually can, then you're not addicted, and that's not a alcoholic. So you have to be dependent on something. That's a key part of that access. So if someone, I know someone literally that can drink alcohol. Fluffy could probably drink alcohol every single day, but if you told her, "Hey, you can't have alcohol for the next 6 months," she could do it with no problem. So she wouldn't have a dependency on it. There's nothing in life that I absolutely need. So if I stop if I stop taking sugar, I would not feel any effect. I would, in my mind, I'd say, "Damn, man, I do miss my caramel," but I wouldn't be like, so like exactly like you guys. "Oh man, I need my coffee. I need my coffee." I don't get like that. Nothing. Like I stopped drinking alcohol 8 years ago. I have never once, after I stopped, I've never craved alcohol. That's the only reason why I don't drink. It's not like I go like, "Oh, I want to drink so bad," but I'm forced. I've never had the urge to drink alcohol in my life after 8 years. So once I'm done with something, I'm done. So like if I stop sugar, I'll be done with it. I won't be like, "Oh my God, my hands are shaking. I'm dying, I need sugar." I will, I've never been like that. No, daily use doesn't. There's some bartenders that go work at a bar and they might have a few drinks because someone buys them a drink. But if you said, "Hey, for the next 10 months, you can't drink alcohol," they say, "Okay, no problem." The temp of the ocean, we have not been in it yet. It's 8:30 in the morning. We will probably get to the beach, I'm guessing about 12-ish. Probably the hottest part of the day.
I'll
Um,
swim at the beach, but maybe when we go, I'll swim here first.
Maybe I'll swim her first.
Then we'll go to the beach.
Of course, Fluffy. Philip is dependent on spam. Thanks for a good stream later. I appreciate it, John.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I said. A whole point was that you're dependent on something. I don't think there's anything in life that I'm dependent on, unless you guys want to say dependent on paying bills and making money. But anything that I do in my normal life, I could change. Anything, anything. Now, would it be tough or would it be uncomfortable to me? Maybe, but there's nothing. If you guys, if a bomb went off tomorrow and it said you could never do this again, I would adapt. There's nothing though. Like if someone said, "Hey, all of a sudden you can't eat meat anymore," yeah, I'd probably be like, "Fuck, man, I want a steak," but I'd be able to be a vegetarian and not go, "Oh my God, my hands are shaking." Like I don't have any issues like that. All right, John Paul, appreciate it, buddy. Quit sugar. I have already done it. We've been over this. In the USA, I did carnivore, and I don't know how many months ago was that. Maybe 5, 6 months ago, I did carnivore for a month and a half, and no issues. I'm gonna do it again once Fluffy leaves. So I've already done that. I've done that while, I don't know. I've done that probably 5 months ago, 6 months ago. Um, do it for longer than 90 days. So if I was not with Fluffy, if I was gone alone by 90 days, it would be so much easier. So for me, it's the temptation. Like Fluffy will go out and she'll get something, and I'm like, damn, man, maybe I should try that. She'll say, here, try a bite. But if I was by myself, I would literally go shoot YouTube videos, come home, cook every single meal, eat bacon. I would eat the same thing every single day. I would either eat ground beef, eggs, and bacon, or I'd make hamburger patties, bacon, and eggs. And I would do that every single day. Never. No, because for me, I'm not the type. I'm not a cheater. I don't cheat and I don't lie. There would be no point for me to go say like, oh, like if I decide to do something, I decide to do something. I think Fluffy even said that. She says if he makes his mind up about something, it's solid. Like I don't go like, oh yeah, I've never cheated in a relationship. I've never cheated on things. I don't understand why someone would get into a relationship and then cheat. It defeats the whole point. I just say, just be single. Go be single and be with as many women as possible. But for me, cheating is a weird thing. Cheating and lying is very weird to me. There's only two things that I drink now, milk and water. Actually, I don't think I've had water in a very, very long time. Cheap. I couldn't eat either one of those. For me, actually, what's cheap is ground beef. So I get my ground beef. Well, I used to get my ground beef for Fluffy. How much was the Vinmart ground beef again? We got the two packages. It was buy one get one free.
Oh, 65.
It was 65,000 for 200 or was it 200 or 400 grams? I think it was 400 grams. Yeah. Wait, 50. Yeah. 400 grams for 65,000. And then I'd get the eggs, and then I'd buy the package of bacon. Also, open relationships are possible. Yeah, as long as you say it. Water is the fountain of youth. It's the most important thing to drink. Only sparkling, carbonated, triple, whatever Mitzi calls it, water. If you guys drink regular water, Mitzi says you guys are insane. It needs to be flown down from the Antarctics, triple distilled. Otherwise, he says you guys are drinking peasant water.
No, we're still water.
The only thing I drink now is milk and water. Milk would be a problem, I think, for you out here because it probably wouldn't taste the same, and it's not cheap.
Fluffy, look what Robbie said. He said he found your son.
My son? Oh, there's my son. Why does he have the same thing?
I think that's Charlie.
Wow, he's even got a death row shirt on like me.
Really?
Look, he's got a death row shirt on like me. Maybe that's my son. That's my shirt. Huh. Man, I wish I could remember that company. I'll try to look it up for you guys. But there was like a bottling company and they were caught. Yeah, I can't imagine paying that kind of money for water. That's just freaking insane. I'm banning myself for the next X hours. 8 hours. Let me try to look up what that water company was. What was the water company that was caught for claiming that it was natural and high quality water and found out that it was basically low quality regular tap water? Let me see what it was.
So cute.
Oh, it was Nestle. That's what it was. One well-known case involved Nestle, which was sued for falsely advertising on its Ice Mountain water as natural spring water when it was actually regular tap water. Mitzi, listen to me. This is the stuff you're buying. So Mitzi goes, oh, the package says Nestle, they're a great brand. Natural ice water. There it is. Look at this. Busted. This is, so if you just slap a good label on something, Mitzi will buy it, and then I'll say, oh, no, look right here on the bottle, it says that. This is proof companies lie to you. Same thing for Baller. Oh, I buy stuff that's only grass-fed. Oh, really? Did you watch it every day? Was it grass-fed every day? No, but the package says it. Okay, well, read this.
Nestle, that's a big brand. I couldn't remember. I thought it was Aquafina, but I guess it was Nestle. One well known case involved Nestle, which was sued for falsely advertising its Ice Mountain water as natural spring water when it actually was regular tap water. The lawsuit claimed that Nestle misled customers by marketing the water as coming from mineral rich aquifers, when in reality, it was sourced from municipal sources. Nestle has faced multiple controversies regarding its bottled water practices. Nestle is super crooked. But guess what? This is where you guys buy stuff and you guys tell me, Will, you need to drink Nestle Ice Mountain water. It's 100% sourced from. And I go, really? Well, guess what? They got caught. Just like Baller. I get only grass fed beef. Then I bet if we went and looked at his beef, it gets exactly the same stuff that my beef gets. Natural spring water is the only way. Let me ask, what other similar companies, not necessarily water, but meat or other products that have claimed to be very high quality have been found to be a lie? I don't know. Honestly, we get regular water because I know stuff like this. So I say, screw it. We're going to just get the regular water. We're not going to pay $9 a bottle for it. There have been several cases of food fraud. Horse meat scandal in 2013. Several European food companies were caught selling beef products that contained horse meat despite labeling them as 100% ground beef. Olive oil fraud. I can definitely see Mitzi saying, I only buy the best brand of olive oil. And then guess what? He gets vegetable oil. Honey alteration. Man, you guys know that. Honey, so many brands of honey are fake. Any good honey is a different color. It doesn't come in that little bare plastic container, and it's very, very thick. Seafood, meat industry. Some meat companies have been accused of using excessive antibiotics, hormones, or poor quality meat. Food fraud is a widespread issue. So this is why I don't go pay $20 for a package, because Mitzi will say, see, the label says it. And I go, okay, well, I bet you if you went to the actual place, it's not what it is. There's a website where you can find spring near your. Good water is a must and makes a difference. You know what? In life, I could never, I don't know why. There's probably got to be a word for it, but I do not like the taste of water. How many of you guys either don't like the taste of water or know someone that doesn't like the taste? So for me, I have to put something in my water. I could not just drink regular water. I don't care if it's Avion. I don't care if it's glacier water, spring water. Water has this metallic, weird, not good flavor to me. I'm not going to say it tastes bad. It's just, I just can't drink it. It's hard for me to drink. No matter if it's ice cold, no matter if it's anything. Water, I just don't like. I mean, let me ask AI. Is there a word or an explanation why some people just don't like the taste of water? It could be anything from high or low brands or even ice cold water that people just don't like the taste. That's the thing. When I drink something, it has to have some kind of flavor. So if I drink water, I at least need to have a little bit of like cut up lemon and squeeze some lemon juice from the lemon or something. I just can't drink plain water. Plain water to me is, I just, I could drink like a few sips of it and then I'm like, okay, I don't want it anymore. Some people dislike the taste of water due to different taste. One explanation, they might have super tasters, meaning they have more taste buds than the average person. This is heightened sensitivity, can make them detect minerals, chlorine, or other stuff. That might be true because, like I say, it tastes a little metallic to me. So maybe I have more taste buds than the average person. No, I'm telling you, if you guys gave me 100 brands of water, none of them would taste. I'm not going to say they taste terrible. I'm just going to say I can have a sip and I'm like, okay, I'm done. If I drink something, it has to have a taste. I love water. It's all I drink. I can't. So I got to mix something with my water. Another reason is water resets the mouth taste receptors. If someone has gone a long time without drinking, their mouth may have to adjust to mildly salty taste, and drinking water can suddenly activate bitter or sour receptors. People also associate water with negative experiences like swallowing pool water as a child. If plain water isn't appealing, adding fruit slices or herbs, carbonation. So yeah, I could probably drink it. If you carbonated my water and you added a little bit of lemon, I could chug it down. Because remember, when I was in the USA, I had a Soda Stream machine, and what I would do. So the only way I could drink water, I made my own. Made my own drink. Love the Soda Stream. Wish I could have a Soda Stream in Asia. I made the carbonated water with the soda machine, and then I would dump in a little bit of those flavor packets that have no sugar. You know, you get those at Walmart. They're like, oh, lemon flavor, cherry, and they're the little powders. No sugar, no this, that, right? And I'd mix a little bit of that. No, water means just water. I am a super taster. That's probably why I have so many taste buds, is because I go so crazy and I love food. I love good tasting food. I've never been in the I've been in the snow one time. I am a super taster. That's why I have a very, very picky choices of food. If I didn't have good taste buds, I would be able to eat any and everything. I'm very, very picky on foods. If I wasn't picky, I would eat everything. If my taste bud, Fluffy probably has no taste buds. That's why she could just eat down anything. I probably have very, very, very picky taste buds, or a lot of taste buds, because for me, I can't eat certain things. I can't eat a lot of things. I hear the brown snow tastes a lot better. I've only been in the snow technically one time, and that was when I was like 36, 37 years old, I think. And that was only for like a day and a half. But remember, where I'm from, there's no snow. We had to drive 3, 4 hours to Tahoe. For me, the texture doesn't really bother. I'm not a bad texture person. For me, it's the taste. I don't know if you guys have ever. Is there anyone in this room that has this same feeling? So if you guys eat something that doesn't taste good, let's say you go eat something and you're like, this is not really that good. Are you guys still hungry after eating something that's not that good? So there's been times where I could eat something that's so plain, so bland, but I go, so for me, I don't get full unless something tastes good to me. If it's just like very, 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 very bland, and let's say I ate a very, very bland sandwich, very, 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 very bland in every category. For me, I'm still hungry after that. So if something doesn't taste good to me, I don't get full. I don't drink fizzy drinks at all, and different water, whatever I can get, natural, mineral. Durian, so to me, durian, the texture wasn't bad. And actually, I didn't hate durian. I just didn't like it. It was something like, it's not worth the price. But if there was a piece of durian right here and someone's just like, here, show us that you will eat it, I would eat it and I go, it's nothing to brag about. It wasn't as bad as what people told me it was going to be, and it wasn't as good as what people told me to be. It was a 5 out of 10. Maybe a 4.5. 4.5, 5. But it's something that I probably wouldn't choose to eat it again, but it's something I can eat. But hell no, would I pay $300,000 for that crap? Actually, I thought there was durian in that stuff. Junk foods don't fill you up because there's nothing left. It's not even junk food, but what I'm saying is, like, even if you gave me a steak that had no salt, no pepper, and it was just so freaking bland, like it didn't, like you barely tasted the steak, after that, I would still be hungry. Now, if you gave me the exact same steak and it was seasoned, salted, peppered, the same exact steak, same size, same everything, and I ate that, I'd be full. But if I ate that same exact steak and it was just so bland and nothing tasting, I would still be hungry. Made with love. Durian wasn't sweet to me. Well, it was a tad sweet, but it wasn't super sweet. Yeah, if you go eat something that wasn't good, you just don't feel satisfied. That's what you get a dessert. That's my point, Javi. That's a great way to say it. If you eat something that wasn't good, you don't feel satisfied. Am I the only person that has that feeling? Or if you guys eat something and it's just not satisfying and doesn't taste good, are you guys still full? Or do you guys say, like, damn, I still need something? Why is that? So, why is it that you can eat something that's a large quantity of something, but if it doesn't taste good, you're not satisfied and you want to eat something instead? Like, you're still hungry. What is that? Lions Fix It. Made with Love. That sounds like a James Bond movie. Just don't eat sugar. We will do that. We're going to do the carnivore again when Fluffy leaves. How long? I'll take a poll when it gets closer, but I won't do a poll now, but I'll do. How long do you guys think I'll last on the carnivore this time? Last time I did it, it was about 40 to 45 days in that range, I bet. It was over a month. It was under 2 months, but it was over a month. How long do you guys think I'll last this time with Fluffy being away the whole time? So last time I was doing it, Fluffy was here, and I still lasted about 40 something days. Let's see. How long do you guys think I'll last this time? Fluffy, it's hot outside. She's wrapped up in her Korean drama. I'm going to basically, what I'm practically going to do is very simple. Ground beef, eggs, and bacon. So I'll make ground beef and eggs. I'll make burger patties and eggs and bacon. That's basically what I'm going to do. You think less? Okay. I think it's actually going to be more because, like I said, the only reason I got tempted was because me and Fluffy would go out and I would sit there and watch her eat. And I still lasted, I don't know, 40 something days. This time I'm going to be in the house a lot more. I'm going to so I'm going to cook a lot more and I won't have the temptations. I've done keto a few times. First days are the hardest. Just have to have your meals pre-planned. For me, all I'm going to do is go to Mega Mart. All I'm going to do is go to Mega Mart and basically get ground beef. I don't think I'm going to get the bacon there. I think I'm going to get the bacon from Moon Milk because I like the bacon actually better there. And then I'll even probably just get the eggs from Moon Milk since it's so close and cheap. I get the Moon Milk stuff. So I love the butcher shop, but the butcher shop, the problem is I didn't like it. It was too smoky. It was way, way too smoky. I do like a nice smoked bacon, but I don't like when it's way over the top. When it's like when you inhale, it's like you're knocked away with smoke. And the I think the butcher shop smokes it too much. So I'll just get the Moon Milk bacon. Do proper smoked. I like man. That's another thing. The Moon Milk bacon is not as good as USA, but it is reasonable. It's okay. It is. It's probably almost the same. Well, I don't know what bacon is now in the USA, but when I left, bacon was still like I don't know, $3-4 a pound. I don't know what bacon is now in the USA. If eggs are freaking $6 or $7, I don't know what the hell bacon is per pound now. Keto, the first few days are the hardest. Ow. Do proper smoked bacon. Let's do a recap. We woke up at freaking, I don't know, 6:10, 6:15 in the morning. We did get the, oh yeah, I forgot to say Easter. Today is Easter. How much were the one bedroom apartments at Muang Tan? He said there's only one building with a one bedroom, and he said it's not that much cheaper. He gets a two bedroom, two bathroom for 7 million. 7 million. But I think so he told me there's six Muang Tan buildings all next to him. But he said there's only one building that does one bedrooms. So everything is 90% is two bedrooms. Fluffy, Philip showed up. Philip, tell us where the juice place is. Because we don't know where the juice place is, and we might stop by there. I found a proper maple bacon the other day. Went back and bought their full stock. They didn't have much, though. So I went back and bought the whole amount. Damn, what do you do with the bacon? You just put it in your freezer or something? 12 ounce. 12 ounce? $7? Jesus Christ. So that's like $8 or $9 a pound. That's crazy. So I get about a pound for about a little under $3 here. Now I will say it's not as good, but it's about 80 to 90% as good. But it's only $3 a pound. Damn, man, you guys are paying like $9 a pound. That's crazy. 95 Tran Phu. Let me see. Why doesn't it show up? That address doesn't show up. Maybe here. Let's see. I froze it individual servings. Damn, you broke down a lot of work. $2. 2 euros. No, £2. 30 for 10 slices. I don't know how many slices you would get for that. Why is my internet not working? That's crazy how expensive bacon is. So let's try this. Here we go. Is this it, Philip? Let me know if this is it. So it's saying that it's right here. Let me see what else it's saying it's next to. It's saying, Philip, that it's somewhere by ABH Coffee, that it's by Wanderlust Hotel, and then it shows it's just like kind of in the middle of the street. So it's showing that it's somewhere there. I have 5 pounds of individual servings of bacon in my freezer. That's not proper smoke, though. Just supermarket stuff. You guys need your own smoker. Philip, does the juice place have an actual name? Is there a specific name? Even if it doesn't show up on Google Maps, if we go there, will we know it by the name? Like, will there be a name or some kind of sign? Let me see how close that is to Sochi. Yeah, I need my... Actually, looks kind of far, so that can't be it. It says it's basically a 8-minute walk. So your place is right there. That's Sochi, and 95 Tran Phu looks like it's down that way. Shoot, you can't have any pigs if you have a damn apartment or live in a condo. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? 9:15. What do I gotta charge? Oh, I gotta transfer my files too. Baking bacon is the best, but takes long. Yeah, there's so many tricks, man. So people swear by whatever way they cook. So some people fry up bacon in the pan. Some people bake it in the oven. I've even seen, have you guys seen the new little trend of putting water in a pan and basically boiling your bacon until the water evaporates. That's crazy. And people say, "Oh man, the bacon's so good." They basically put a little bit of water in there and they cook the bacon until all the water's gone. And supposedly they say, "Man, it's so crispy, it's so good." So there's all kinds of ways of cooking bacon. I've air fried it. I know some people that microwave their bacon. What else? Air fried. My wife bought a pig a few years ago, but then got attached to it. Yeah, it works nice. Renders the fat. So you've done the water method? It just seems so wrong. I've seen it on videos and I'm like, there's no way that could work. Some people are a microwave bacon guy. I know a guy that microwaves his egg. He will put egg in a cup, put a little bit of milk, stir it up, and then cook it. And I'm like, that's how you cook your eggs? He's like, yeah. It's on the right side of the boulevard just before Quezon. Quonson. Let me see where Quonson is. Quonson. Oh, here we go. Quonson. This is probably it right there. So Philip says it's on the right side of the boulevard just before the Quonson restaurant. So it looks like it's somewhere right here by Lucky Mart. It's somewhere by Lucky Mart. But does it have a sign, or how will we know when we're there? Is it going to have like a green sign? Is it going to have a guy standing outside? What's the distinguishing marks of the building? Just a bit, then you fry it. So you just add a little bit of water, then fry if you prefer it. Water bacon is okay. It's just easy to cook. For me, the easiest way is just to toss your bacon in the oven or an air fryer. I steam my eggs. Microwave eggs aren't bad. I don't know. I'm not a guy that likes to microwave food. The only time I ever use the microwave is to reheat things. But I'm not really a cooking kind of guy in a microwave. I just do not see the point in boiling the water until the water is gone. It's some way just to pan fry in butter or oil. We have pork scratchings here in UK. What is pork scratchings? Last night you turned right at the corner. It'll say Kem Kwan. Fluffy, do you remember last night when we walked and it said Kem Kwan and Sin to Juice? When we were walking back down that way. So apparently we walked by Philip's place, his juice place, somewhere down that way last night when we were coming back up here. Wherever we were down at the end.
Oh, no, when we exit the...
Somewhere when we were down at the very end. And then we started walking back up this way. He said, oh, that's my... Because he said there was another restaurant. Oh, the Greek restaurant? No, Shashika or something. I don't remember what he said. Shashika or something. Yeah, it looks like it messed up the entire time to the last 5 minutes.
It's just there, near the roundabout.
It's the corner before Lucky Mart. I didn't see the Lucky Mart, but the Lucky Mart's on Google Maps. So supposedly it's somewhere down... let me show you guys. You guys haven't seen the balcony in the daytime, I don't think. I can't really go out too far because the balcony is so big that if we go all the way over there, the Wi-Fi cuts out. What's up, Earl? Google them. It's the corner before Lucky Mart. Yeah, nice. Here we go. So let me get my Google Maps. Let me figure it out. Let me fill it out, Fluster. Or figure it out, not fill it out. So let's see which way. Let's take a look. So we would walk... Oh, we would walk this way. Let me see. I gotta get... So we're City View. So Philip is back that way. So Philip... Fluffy, we came in that way? So Philip, your spot is back that way about 7 minutes. So the beach must be that way, Fluffy. The beach is that way? I don't think so. Bobo Hotel. That's the name of the next door. When you turn right down past the Shashlik 79th Street. That's the word. Shashlik 79th Street. Just microwave bacon for 3 minutes. It's easy, it's fast, and it tastes. For me, I'm in the weird Mitzi category of like, I don't trust microwaves. I feel like microwaves are probably not good to make food. That's kind of those weird situations where I'm kind of glamour. I try not to use the microwave as much as possible. I have no proof backing it, but I just feel like microwaving food probably isn't good. But that's just my thought. The family fruit stand is open from 6 till midnight. Wonder maybe Fluffy will get some fruit. Maybe Fluffster will get some fruit. Is the fruit prices good? Philip, actually remember Fluffy. We think Philip would like that neighborhood. The Marcus neighborhood, I think you would like because Philip, literally, you can walk to every single place there, and it's all Western. So you're not going to get any. You're going to get a few local options, but the local Vietnamese options are expensive. But you're going to get a pizza place, a burger place, a Georgian place, a crepe place. Everything is within 5 minutes of walk. It's like a compound, but you are not going to meet your women there. So it is very far. But you would have to get a apartment there. So shockingly, the hotels in that area are more expensive or at least as much as this place here. So you would have to get an apartment there and you're not going to meet the massage women. It's a Russian and local Vietnamese neighborhood for the locals that live there. But almost all the restaurants are Russian owned. Best price in smoothie, one flavor is $20K. Two flavors, 25. Coconut is 15. We seen, what was the coconut price last night, Fluffy? 20 or 25?
No,
At no, the place that you walk and the lady was in the door and she typed it on calculator. 25. Yeah. Yeah, so I think Philip, I think you would like that. Philip, that neighborhood is perfect for you, but you're not going to have your fancy coffee place there. You're not going to have your massages, but your Western world is all there. You're going to have a pizza place, a burger. Philip, even you would literally probably never leave that area. Marcus says he never gets out of that 5 or 10 minute radius, maybe once every 3 weeks. And he does not eat Vietnamese food. He eats Vietnamese food once every 3 weeks also. So he gets burgers, pizzas. He goes downstairs to the grocery store, gets the prepared food like sushi. I could find you a nice Russian woman to marry. I would never pay anyone to get married. Cheap, that's a freaking outrageous. I heard you saying that I always eat in, but when I order, I eat on the front terrace like a restaurant. Yeah, that's what I told him. You order, grab. But actually, I think, in my opinion, Philip, yeah, that area would fit you perfectly. You would walk down from your apartment and you would go eat at any of those restaurants are max a 5 minute walk. Everything is literally downstairs. And it's like you walk downstairs, this corner is all restaurants and grocery stores. This corner is all restaurants and grocery stores. This corner is all restaurants and grocery stores. And then there's food trucks, food carts, but they're all owned by Russian. And there is Vietnamese options, but for example, so the Russian restaurants will own it, but Bonet will be 65,000. So it's like literally, if Marcus loves it because they give cheap Western options, but he doesn't eat Vietnamese food. So I was looking for like George Costanza, and it was like, no. Like if you want something similar to that, it's going to be a Russian that makes it, and it's going to be like 50 or 60,000. I was considering the Anna Horizon, but they're asking too much. The Anna Horizon that we went to, so maybe it's a hotel or something, but where we were at, that was a juice place, but maybe they own something else. I would stay at the Muang Tan. The Muang Tan is 7 million. He said he's looking at getting a 2 bedroom there, a little bit lower for 5 million for a 2 bedroom. So you're not going to get a better deal. That's cheaper than a hotel, but it would be in an apartment. So if you went there, you would not get a hotel. You would get a 5, 6, 7 million 2 bedroom apartment. Now you could probably get a 1 bedroom apartment, but it's only in that one building that's a little further back in that complex. But I don't think it has a beach view. And for that, for it's probably only like 1 million cheaper. So if I were you, I technically would get the 2 bedroom because price wise, it's a much better deal. I was considering the Anna Horizon. Geez, I love Vietnamese food. But remember, you are going to be an hour and 20-minute walk from this area to there, or like a 17-minute grab drive from that area. I literally live near a park where they post women and their price. I think in China, like that's normal, right? From America, I've never met anyone that goes, yeah, I paid for my wife. But I think in Asia, it's a whole different mindset. Like I've never met anyone in my life that's like, yeah, I paid for my wife. I paid 20. If you said that to someone in USA, they would look at you like you're an alien that just dropped from Mars. They say, what? Paid? What are you talking about? What do you mean paid? But I think in Asia and especially China, that's pretty common. I literally live near a park where yeah, that's weird. In USA, those people would be thrown in jail. They'd be called creeps, perverts, sex traffickers. So that would not, it might be normal there, but it's definitely not normal in the West. Those guys would be called pimps or sex traffickers. Where is this location? This is the city. There we go. I think we should be live. Should we be live? He's going to have to restart the live part 2. I think we're good. I think it should pop back up. It's back up. It's back up. I think that balcony is what kicked us off. So I don't know where we left off, but I think I was telling Philip, Fluffy, it's so loud. Um, so I was telling Philip, like, you can go there, you can get cheap Western food, not meaning cheaper than local Western food, cheaper Da Nang Vietnamese food, but you can get a burger for $2 or $3. You can get a pizza for $2 or $3. So you want to go there if you never want to leave your neighborhood, if you want to have everything within 5 minutes walking distance to you, and you want to eat 90% or more of only Western food, and you want to be away from the main square, then that's the area that you live in. So that's where you guys will want to stay, in that area. Like for me, I couldn't live in this area. If I was going to live here long term, I couldn't. The food would be too expensive. And I got to imagine if I rented an apartment in this area, I'm sure if I rented an apartment in the same area that our hotel is in, I would guess I would have to pay at least 9 million minimum, if not more. So this place, Nha Trang, would not be cheaper for me to live here long term. You haven't been south to the cable car station that takes you over the island? We can't really venture out. Like we came to this area to live on the beach, do our 2 or 3 days here. We thought there was going to be cheap local food here, which there's not. So luckily we did do our cheap option in the western area, but we go down to restaurants here and everything's 100,000. But what we thought we were going to be able to walk everywhere like Da Nang, except for this was going to be the Nha Trang beach area like Da Nang. I can afford 10 million easily, but I don't want to be locked. I don't care about the contract, but 10 million's too much for me. So We're paying 12.5 million for a 2 bedroom that includes everything. So if I spent 10 million a month on an apartment, add another million for electricity, I'm paying 11 million here. So I'm saving $55 to lose an extra bathroom, to lose an extra bedroom, and to live in Danong. So for me, it's not worth it. If I was gonna live here, it would have to be in that other neighborhood. But me and Fluffy just don't want to be kind of boxed in to that neighborhood and not be in the main part. We love that there's the mall on the beach. We love the beachfront walk. But if we were going to live here, we couldn't afford to live in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is too expensive. Will wants to eat 90% or no, no, no. I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite. I'd rather not eat the Western food. We eat 80% Vietnamese food. We only go get Western food. If you consider Thai food Western, then it's 2 nights a week. If you don't consider Thai food Western, then we only get Western 1 time a week. I eat Bonet once a week. I eat George Costanza once a week. We eat the homemade spring rolls once a week. We eat the I Love Baguette once a week, which is a banh mi, and the Thai restaurant. And the only Western food that we eat is Bikini Bottoms. So for me, I'd rather have cheap Vietnamese food. 350 USD for a five. That's insane. But once again, that's not in Vietnam or in Da Nang. I would be if I could get a 350 US dollar for a 5 bedroom in Da Nang, I'd be there. But unfortunately, that's not in Da Nang. That has to be what city is that? 350 in Da Nang would be insane. I'd be happy with 3 bedroom, two. I'd be happy with a 2 bedroom for 350 in Da Nang and An Thuong. But even that deal doesn't exist. 2 bedroom in An Thuong for 350 does not exist. The island's too expensive. So for a ticket to do the cable cars and to go there was like 950,000, which is like $40. $40 for me, $40 for Fluffy. That's $80 just to go do the cable cars and get to the amusement park thing. Kaifeng, yeah. For me, city makes a big, big difference. I can't, when I go to the Philippines, I can't do the province. I can't do this random, obscure, never heard of city. If I lived in China, it would have to be Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Chengdu, or possibly Chongqing. I just checked on Booking and all the hotels went up $100 a month. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe this is the peak season, I guess. I don't know. 100 bucks a month? Let me look. Philip, did you look up our place for a month? I don't know if it's available for a month, but we went down. We played pool last night. There's a gym here. There's even a spa here, Philip. But I don't know if it's available for a month. Let me look. Agoda. Plus, this place is bigger, Philip. The room is bigger and the balcony is bigger. And you're more central to the main area. At least that's what everybody else tells us. Regal. Let's take a look at Regal. Regel. That's what Fluffy calls it. Regal. Let's do May 1st to May 31st. Let's see if it has 30 days. Let's see. Oh, it's $18 a night. So it went up $6. So if you wanted it for a month, it would be. Here's what it is, Philip. Regal for 1 month would cost you $520. Yeah. That's basically that's more than what we pay for our 2 bedroom. Let me see if maybe is it the month? Let's try June 1st to June 30th. Nope, sold out. So maybe we're entering high season. I don't know. Let's do July. What's up, Kendall? What's up, buddy? 16 bucks a month. Okay. So yeah, you guys are still looking at almost 450 or more. I go to the Galaxy Billiard Hall. What's your further away from the cheap Vietnamese restaurant? As you get closer to your date, prices go up for sure. And I think actually it's the opposite. So I waited to the day before, Kendall, on this place, and actually it went from 15 bucks a night to 12. So for me, I didn't care really what hotel I stayed at. I wanted the best deal. So I didn't book this place till the night before, and Agoda basically went from 15 a night to 12 bucks a night from this place. Um, but you're further away. I don't know. I just feel like there's no cheap Vietnamese food anywhere near this area, meaning within a 30-minute walk. Cheap meaning 30,000 VND for stuff that we get, 40,000 for what we get, 50,000 for what we get. Now, is there Bonet for 60,000? Yeah, but we pay 40,000 for Bonet. Is there a George Costanza place here? Possibly, but I bet it's 60,000, 50,000. Meriton is still $12 a night. I've noticed that fluctuation based on search volume. Yeah, so you know what? I don't know if you noticed it, Kendall, but I check multiple times a day, and the prices have been just drastically changing. Like last night, I checked at like, I don't know, 7 o'clock at night. The one place I'm looking at was $5. I checked at 8 o'clock that night. A few hours later, it went to 7. I woke up this morning and it's at 5. Like the prices are just changing drastically. Let's look up the Meriton. Meriton. Let's see. Let's take a look at this place. Philippe. Let's do a day. I have noticed been searching. I'm telling you, I'm noticing price changes up and down, big swings in a day. I mean, in a day, probably 4 times. At 8 o'clock in the morning, you'll check it. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you check it, it's a brand new price. 5 o'clock at night, you check it's a different price. 10 o'clock at night, it's a different price. It's going up and down like crazy. Fill up. This is the Meriton, man. Look at 18 square meters, way too small. Way too small. This is 28 square meters and this is small. So even if you upgrade to the deluxe double city view, 22 square meters, too small. 28 square meters. Here you go. So this is the same size as what we're at, Philip. 28 square meters, the senior deluxe double, but it's 16 bucks a night. I cannot do that 18 square meters. That 18 square meters is living in a closet. 18 square meters would be this big. So 18 square meters would be 18 square meters would be this big. So from this door, you would come up to about here. So all this part of the room, about here. All this part of the room would not exist. That's way too small. I don't like bun chaw though. I want sliced thin beef with just white rice and an egg. So 18 square meters, you would lose this whole section. I cannot live in that. This to me is small. So this is 28 square meters, and this is small to me. 18 square meters, you would lose all this right here. We're going to go to the beach in just a little bit. My stuff. Ooh, good thing I remembered that. Fluffy, you unplugged my thing. Fluffy unplugged my...
Oh, here.
Yeah, it's almost charged.
You need charger?
Sure, Fluffster. So let me do that. Let me plug this in. else was I going to charge? I think this one? Was I? Let me see. We got to check the Rode mics. Let's make sure everything's charged up. Why is that blinking? What the hell? Okay, that's charged. We're looking good on these. Good for you. Philip, you're ripping yourself off. 12, 13 bucks for half the size? You're living in a closet. That's too small, man. That's too small. 18 square meters is small. Your room is at 10, 11 on the Chinese site. We spent 12. But remember, we didn't get the first room. We got like the third room. We got the deluxe city view. So I'll show you. So there was cheaper rooms than ours here. But let me show you. So we didn't just get the standard room. We upgraded like 3 different rooms. Let me show you. So look up this room and let me know what it is. This is the room that we got. So I'll show you what room we got. And actually the prices have went up now. So this is the room that we got. We didn't get the deluxe mountain view. That's the lowest. We did not get the deluxe city view. We didn't get this one. We got like the superior. We didn't get this one. We got the. This is the room that we got. I think the next one. Yeah, the senior deluxe city view. So we got the senior deluxe city view, which now they want 18 bucks. We got it for 12, but it's called the senior deluxe city view. So there is cheaper options, but we did not want this one comes with 2 single beds. So we're not going to do the 2 single beds. So that's the deluxe city view. We passed on that. We got the senior city deluxe. And then you could get a cheap view, which is the mountain, and we don't want the mountain view. So look at the senior deluxe and see what it's going for. Breakfast buffet was exactly the same, except for there was another chicken dish. Kwan Son is a ripoff. He charged me over 100,000. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the deluxe city view, double occupancy. Does it say single beds or does it say the bigger beds? I'm buying a mobile hotspot for when I come back. Philip, I think you should do. You're gonna pay more for that hotspot. Plus, you gotta constantly charge it. It's not only gonna be more money, but you gotta bring it around, and it has to be charged. Just get the $5 freaking Vinaphone. Pay $5, then you don't have to carry nothing around. Plus, you can get text messages. So I can use Viet Sim and Pocket Wi-Fi. It's going to cost you more. And plus you got to charge it. You got to bring it around. Just get Vinaphone, 7 gigs a day, and it gets you a number and it gets you a text. Or if you want to spend an extra buck, get a buck or maybe $1.50. Get Viatel 6 gigs. They have both. I'm looking at 2 standard beds. Yeah, so ours is... How much do you see that room? The senior deluxe with 1 double bed or 2 single beds? We have the double, but shockingly, it's not a double. It's a queen. This is the room that we got. Senior deluxe city view. We paid 12 bucks. Nope, nothing special for Easter. I think just that chicken was extra. I know, but I don't have to change the SIM card. Philip, do you know how easy it is to change? I can change a SIM in 3 seconds. You take the key, you pop it in, it pops out, you grab it, you put it down, you put it in, and you close the latch. It takes all of 20 seconds. And you're going to pay double the price. You're going to pay double the price. You got to constantly keep charging that, and you got to bring it around. 11 bucks. Okay. Yeah, so probably about Let me see if I can actually check today's price. What date are you checking? Are you checking today's price? What date are you checking for that? Let me see. And actually, let me do this. We will check Google to see Google Maps, and then we'll see what they charge me. Let's see what Regal for today is. Let's do this. Philip, you can. You can. You either have a dual SIM where you can put the other one on the back, or if you need to use your American number, you just pop it out and you put that in. Philip, I can tell you're old. So $9 a night. So actually you can get this place today for 9, but not our room. Let's see how much our exact room is today. Our room today would be $12 still. So today it would still be 12, senior deluxe. Today and the next. Yeah, so it's $12 right now. Does it include free breakfast on that one that you see? If so, I guess maybe it's $1 or $2 cheaper. It is not too much work, Philip. Come on, man. Let me show Philip. Watch this. I'm gonna show Philip with one hand. Here's how I'm gonna show him how hard it is. Count for me, guys. Count for me. I'm gonna do it with one hand. How long a SIM card swap takes. A SIM card is much more work than charging that hotspot and remembering to bring it every day. Look, watch. Here's the key. Watch. You pop that in. There would be the SIM card. I would dump it out. I would put the new one in. Close the case. Done. That's how long it takes to change a SIM card. That's how long it would take to change the SIM card. And you would never have to charge a pocket Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is going to be at least double. At least double. Sochi, let's take a look. Let's see if Sochi even has a equivalent room for me. For me. Sochi. Ooh, I put Sochi, Russia. Here it goes. What's today's date? 20th through the 21st. Yeah, it looks difficult. Sochi is $16 a night now. And I bet you that's the tiny room. 22 square meters, okay. I would have to pass on that one. 22. 25. See, this is still smaller. This is only 25. Ours is a 28. Let's look at a 28 for you. There we go. $29 for the equivalent room. 30 square meters. So even if I was willing to downgrade and go to the 25 square meter, the 25 square meter is still $19 a night. I couldn't do the double deluxe. It's too small. It's 22 square meters for me. Double deluxe with balcony, 22 square meters. Too small. 237 square feet, 22 square meters. Too small for me. And even at that case, it's still $18. Double deluxe or twin with balcony. So $18 for that. So Sochi looks like it went up, Philip. Because I think when I looked at yours last, it was $12. If you Google hotel and put it in date, it's cheap. I did that. We just tried to do that, Elvis. We did that on Google Maps. You are back, Bowler. I have no hearts either. I'm just trying to not distract chat. So I won't say it was you, but someone else came in the room 45 minutes later and said, "That's so mean. You kicked out a guy for being right." I find it hard to believe that someone else came back 45 minutes later and said, "You kicked that guy out for being right." But whatever. The 296 square meter, let me show you. So the double deluxe, your double deluxe is not that. So the 296 square meter is the $29 a night room. So look, Philip, 25 square meters is only 269 square feet, right? So here we go. The one that you're talking about, there is no 296. There's a 30 square meter that's 320 square feet, but that's the 30 buck. So I think what you're talking about is 269 square feet, not 296. You're talking about a 25 square meter, which that one is still $22. But the double deluxe that you keep calling by double deluxe name is the 22 square meter, the double deluxe, which is only 237 square feet. That's the small one. Philip, it's not about liking you. You got to get your best value. Look, 28 square meters, right? I know our balcony is bigger. Now, the thing that sucks about this balcony is if we go to that corner, the Wi Fi kicks me off. Plus, we have a pool table. We have a pool, a bigger pool. I don't know about the breakfast buffet. So I've never seen your breakfast buffet. So I can't say anything about your buffet. But I could say ours doesn't have any Western options, but it's included. That's the best I can say. NBA playoffs? No, not really. The Kings got eliminated from the play-in. So I think I've watched this, not watched, but I've checked the scores, but that's about it. Move the Wi-Fi? I don't think the Wi-Fi is in here though. So the other place had the Wi-Fi in the room, but I don't think these are set up like that. That photo shows the Meriton and across the street. I don't know what you mean. That photo shows the Meriton and across the street. So your only options at that place was the 22 square meter, the 25 square meter, and the 30 square meter. But those all ranged. Even your double deluxe, which is tiny, 22 square meters, is still 16 bucks a night. So the superior double is 22 square meters, 16 bucks. Your deluxe double is 22 square meters, 18 bucks a night. Tiny. Those are smaller than mine. My local gym has a sandwich. I was going to say a sandwich shop. Um, does your gym have a water dispenser? That photo shows the marathon and across. I want some money on nuggets today. The only money on nuggets I got today is chicken nuggets. The only one that I put money on nuggets is chicken nuggets. That's actually what Fluffy had. Where did Fluffy have nuggets at? Oh, she had nuggets at dinner 2 nights ago. I'll get it for 300,000 a day. 300,000. Let's see how much 300,000 is. Yeah, maybe you might be able to get it for 300. But why would they rent it to you for that long, for that cheap? That's maybe because maybe you'll stay long term, but they're giving you a 30% discount. Philip thinks he could do a 30% discount, maybe, but we'll see. Because they want 18 bucks a night and you want it for 12. You're trying some Will Travels discounts. I noticed the 20-piece chicken nuggets are around the same price in Southeast Asia and USA. So the last time I remember nuggets in the USA, you used to be able to get a 20-piece at McDonald's for $5. I don't know if that deal still works. I noticed the 20-piece chicken nuggets are around the same price in Southeast Asia. I feed my dogs nuggets. How much is the 20-piece nuggets at McDonald's now? Yeah, but you don't understand. They don't care about that, Philip. They care that a new person would pay 18. A Russian guy is going to come there and pay 18. So the way that they look at it is even if you don't use nothing, they're losing $6 a day on letting you stay over someone else that would pay the 18. So even if you say, "Hey, I won't use nothing," they're going to say, "Yeah, well, a Russian guy or a Russian family is going to stay here and they'll pay the extra $6 and they may or may not use the stuff." How much are the 20-piece nuggets in USA right now? Are they $5 still? The Marathon? I've never I think we looked at the Marathon. What's better about the Marathon? Let me see. Let's take a look at the I think you had me look up that one. Where's the Marathon though? So the Marathon is it's almost in the same neighborhood where you're at. Let's take a look at what the prices are. Marathon, that's how Fluff calls it. Marathon. Let's take a look. Agoda. Let's see the specs on this bad boy. Oh, they're $5.99 now. $5.99 for the 20 piece. Damn, I'm kind of shocked that the nuggets are the same price. Fill up. 18 square meters. You better not stay there. So you're better off 18 square meters, 194 square feet. Tiny, Philip. That's half the size of this room. Half. So if you want to get a 28 square meter, $15 a night. So you do get a king bed though. That's nice. But it's called the Senior Deluxe Double. 28 square meters. $15 a night at Marathon. Or you can live in a closet, Philip. Are you going to live in a closet and get a 18 square meter? So Philip, Marathon is only 18 square meters, 194 square feet for $12. No window. And there's no window. Philip, the 18 square meter has no window. So that's $12. 18 square meters, no window. $12. So $12, no window. I was so blown away. I've never heard of hotels not having windows until I got to Asia. I almost booked one. I forgot. I think it might have been in the Philippines. And I almost booked it. And I was like, wait a second. It says no windows. And I was like, does window mean something else? Because I was like, of course it's got to have a window. But always check, guys. Always check if your place has a window. So put it this way. 18 square meters is a prison. 18 square meters would be this big. So it would go from the door. 18 square meters will be this big. So 18 square meters would be this big. So all this part of the room right here would not exist. From about right here to here would not exist. Plus you would get no window. McDonald's is pretty cheap in China. Yeah, you know what? I don't know what it is now, but in 2019 when I went to China in Shenzhen, when I went to McDonald's in Shenzhen, I paid like $3.20 for a Big Mac meal. It was the second cheapest McDonald's I ever been to. That is super dangerous. Someone could spike the air in your room and no escape. I bring my own. Will, how much per night is this current room? This is $12 a night, Jim. So it has good amenities. I haven't taken advantage of the amenities. I love this big balcony. This place is $12 a night. It includes this balcony with this nice city view. $12, right? Big, small room, big bed, 28 square meters. It has a pool on the ground floor, free buffet. It has a pool table. and a foosball table. It has a sauna and it has a gym. And this is $12 a night. Red Sun Hotel. No window, but Philip will have more money for spam. No, because that place is still $12. So he was paying $12 at Sochi, and that place is the exact same price, except for it's smaller and it has no window. So it actually would be a worse deal. I think this place is a good deal. The only thing, I can't blame the hotel for it. I cannot blame the hotel for it. But this is still considered small to me. So 28 square meters is small. In Wignon, our place was 35 square meters and it was $9. But if I used all the amenities here, it would be a great deal. So I like this place better than the deal that we had at Tui Hua. Tui Hua, we paid $17. We did get a free breakfast, but it was basically the same thing. But the room was a little nicer, but I think it was exactly the same size, but it was $19. No, $17. Are there any places in Vietnam that offer free that offer free spam for Philip? No, but they offer, like at our place, they offer that weird Vietnamese lunch deli meat, which is to me like the same thing as spam. What was the other place you said? Red Sun. Let me look up Red Sun. Red Sun. You guys just need to ask me. You guys know I find good value apartments and hotels. I know how to look at them and tell you, is this a good deal or not? No one will deny that I'm not great at finding value accommodation. Red Sun, Philip, the cheapest room is $28 a night. Philip, you did not get the lottery. This is the one that you just told me to look up, Philip. Red Sun Nha Trang Hotel. The cheapest one is $28. So, Philip. Philip said, let me go to the one to Philip. Red Sun. Let me make sure that's the right one. Philip, this is it. Red Sun Nha Trang Hotel. $28. Philip, what are you doing? You freaking, who do you think you are, Philip Gates? And it's only 22 square meters. 22 square meters for $28? Jesus Christ. It does include a breakfast buffet, though. That better be a freaking amazing breakfast buffet. I'll play it by ear. I might come back early this year. Philip, what month would you be coming? I'll find Philip a good deal, but I think he'll be stubborn and not want to stay in a place that I find him. Philip likes finding stuff on his own, even if it's a worse deal. But I bet you anything, if I could pick Philip a place to go, and I'll find him a good place. If he wants to stay in this neighborhood and he tells me how much, I bet you I will find him the overall best deal. If he wants a breakfast buffet, we'll put it at 28 square meters, $12 in this area. I bet you I'll find him the best place. Paris Hotel. Philip, what month would you be coming back? I'll find you an amazing place. I'll get you the best deal. Just to prove him that I can find it. Paris Hotel. What month would you be coming back? What month would you be coming back, Philip? Here we go. Here's Paris Hotel. Let's take a look at this. $14. Okay. So it's a little bit more expensive, but let's take a look at this. Let's scope it out. 22 square meters though, see? I feel like I got a good deal now. I'm starting to feel a little better about my room because my room is 28 square meters. Yeah. These are smaller rooms. Smaller rooms at more money. Twin Superior, no window for $16. That's crazy. So I guess this would be your equivalent. It's still a little smaller, but deluxe city view, 26 square meters, 16 bucks. Jim, it doesn't matter. It's me and my girlfriend. We're both here, so they don't charge per person. It's just total. I think you can even have three people, but one person, two person, everything, no problem. So that one doesn't look good. Philip, just tell me what month you're coming back. I will find you something. I will find you a good deal, Philip. Yeah, so it's not by per person in Asia now, unless you have like 10 people. But I believe two, three, four people, it's all going to be the same price. The only thing I think that you might not get, I know for sure you get at least, if you have two people, you'll get two free breakfast buffets. If it's three, I'm not sure if you will get three breakfast buffets. But if it's one or two people, for sure the same price. Maybe August. Okay, it's August. Let's find you something for August. Let me just do some quick research. Before Philip comes here, I'll find him a good deal. But let's just see if we can quickly find him a good deal. And you want to live in the same rough neighborhood that we're in over here, right? Same roughly the same area. Let's see, August. Let's do like a August. Augusto. That's how Philip would call it. Where's Discount Dale? He's probably scoping out the discounts. Okay. So, what's your max that you're looking to spend, Philip? What do you say? 350, 300? What are you looking to spend? Damn, Philip, the way that you're spending though. So, Marcus has a good deal. Hold on, let me double check what Marcus is paying. Marcus in his two-bedroom apartment here is spending $270. So Marcus's two-bedroom apartment per day. So Marcus is paying $9 a day for his two-bedroom, two-bathroom. That's an awesome deal. That's better than the hotel. What's your budget, Phil? What do you want to spend? 300, 350? What's your max? What's your max? Let's call it like 8.5 million, which would be 8.5 million, 330. But damn, Philip, at 8.5 million, you would have a two-bedroom, two-bathroom with electricity paid in Marcus's place. Man, he's got a good deal price-wise on that place. Two bedrooms, two bathrooms, with his electricity included, is basically $330 at that place that. Yeah, that's the only downside about Marcus's place is that it's not in this area. But man, he's spending $330 for the two bedroom, two bathroom. No further south or anywhere near the beach. We're gonna put him at like we'll say $330 a month. I remember I looked at the CCT hotel, but there was a few things. I heard bad overall reviews about it. You know what I can never find? Here we go, Philip. Here we go, Philippe. 3,900 bucks. Let's see. 300 including everything. What is your specs on your 300 though? What city? I think you said Pattaya? Is it a one or a two bedroom? I can't remember what you said. I also locked in for at least 3 months. So the only thing I'm finding right now, it sucks.
Let's see. Per night. Let's do this. Here we go. Philip, there's not many options right now. I am looking at the Ecstasy. Have you heard of the Ecstasy before, Philip? Siren Flower. I don't know if August is a much more expensive month. You have to show up. Some guy did a review on Sochi and said the pool looks like mud. What's this place? Alibaba. What about Alibaba? You ever heard of Alibaba, Philip? 15 square meters. Jesus Christ, that's literally a closet. Let's see if they even have. I don't even think that's big enough for a window. They have one picture. I'll keep my eyes open for Philip, but to make money, China is the best. If you want other, oh yeah, I agree with that too, Alejandro. That's the only reason I would go to China would be to teach English, and it would have to be Guangzhou or Chengdu, which I had an offer in Chengdu, but they lowballed me on the price. Chengdu doesn't Chengdu doesn't pay that much compared to the other cities, but I would like Chengdu because of the city. 15 square meters is insane. I envy you guys though. I wouldn't like it myself, but you guys that can stay in like 15 square meters and spend like $7 a night. So like your rent's like $200 a month. I don't know how you guys do it. But man, if I my budget, no joke, if I could do like a 15 square meter hotel and spend like $200 a month on rent, and I can eat like noodles and a banh mi every day, I could live in freaking Danong for like $400 a month. But remember, so I live for 750. So basically, if I lived in a tiny place, ate banh mi and noodles and soup, I can live for $400. That shows you how much extra I spend on being someone that needs a bigger place because I don't drink alcohol, I don't do any vices. But my low end, if I stayed at small places and ate local banh mi soup, would be 400. But my rent and my total bills end up becoming 750. So basically 40% of my budget is from upgrading from a tiny place up to a large place. Literally 40% of my budget increases from going from a 15 square meter to to at least a 50 square meter. I can't do if I'm going to live long term, I can't do less than 50 square meters, and it has to have a separate living room. I have to have a separate living room and a separate bedroom. School wanted me to stay in a pod. Wait, what? I found another job. Not Trang, balcony pool, and only studio or one bedroom apartment. The problem is I don't think apartments in this area are that cheap. So me and Fluffy were thinking, hey, maybe we can get an apartment in this area, but we don't think they're that cheap. And then you would have to cook because you'd have to either cook or you're going to be ordering Grab and sitting inside all day for your whole day and never going out. I could live in a smaller place, maybe 25. How long can you do that for optioning? So imagine if you lived with your. So put it this way: Fluffy works online. I work online. This is a 28 square meter place, right? So Fluffy sometimes has to do video calls. I do video consultations. Where would she be if we were in this tiny place? So if I'm doing a video call, what is she gonna do? Go hide in the bathroom or go sit on the balcony? Like, you guys don't understand. With two people, it's impossible. Like, it's living in a jail cell. Like, where would she go? Like, right now, she had a video hour-long job conversation. Where would I go? Like, would I sit over here and just listen to her conversation? Would I go hide in the bathroom? Like, where would I go for freaking
Where would I go? Where would she go when I'm doing my video consultations? That's the problem though, Kodiak. So we wanted to move to a one bedroom in our apartment and cut like the rent, but the problem, the rent inflation has went up so high that one bedrooms are basically 90% of the cost of what our two bedroom is. So now in our building, one bedrooms are going for like 10, 11 million. We're paying 12 and a half million, which is like an extra 40 bucks, 50 bucks for an extra bedroom and an extra bathroom and to be on the top floor. So it's like if we move to a one bedroom, we would save like $47 a month and lose the extra bathroom and lose the extra bedroom. So for us, it doesn't make sense to downgrade. Um, do me a favor and show AOA Double Deluxe. There's no pool there. We did. It's right here. AOA is all over Agoda. That's in Danong. What's your phone mount? My phone mount? You mean this? This is a tripod. It's a Ulanzi mini tripod. Yeah, that's the bad problem. I love Thailand. I would love to do it. So, I've been looking at the Thailand situation. So as of right now, I am too young to do the retirement visa in Thailand. In Thailand, I have to be 50 years old. I'm 43, so I have 7 years for that. So then people say, "Oh, do the DTV visa." Now here's the problem. There's two problems with the DTV visa. The DTV visa, you have to show you have 14 less dollars in the bank before even paying for your visa. So I don't meet that requirement. So I don't have that. Second of all, even if I had that, Fluffy would need to qualify and get the DTV visa. She would have to show 14,000. That's not going to happen. So there is a third option. The third option is get an education visa. Okay, I looked into that. Now, I looked into if I was going to do that, I wouldn't do the Muay Thai, what most people do, or the Thai language visa. What I would do is I would do the cooking. I would do the Thai cooking education. But when I looked at that, the school, the cost of a year long education school cooking would be like 1,100 bucks or at least $1,000, right? A year. You know how much it cost me to do a year-long visa in Vietnam? About 700 to 750 bucks. So the visa would be more expensive for me to go to Thailand, and the cost of living would be more expensive. So in all aspects, the visa in Thailand would be more expensive, and it would be a more expensive cost of living country. So for me, as much as I like Bangkok and Thailand, it wouldn't make sense financially. Two people, it's hard. Maybe use the hotel room, like the roof. That kind of sucks though, because remember, I do video consultations all hours of the day. So let's say I have a video consultation, because most of my people are from the West. So sometimes I'll do 11 or 12 o'clock in the morning consultations. If Fluffy's sleeping, what is she going to do? Go upstairs and go hide in the bathroom for an hour? I did have my chance at the one bedroom months and months ago, but two things, Elvis. One, I wasn't sure that I was going to stay in Danang at that time, 100%. And two, it would have been a 3 month contract. So Elvis, even if I would have went there, I guarantee you those landlords would have jacked my rent up. 7 to 8 million VND for a two bedroom in the western side, but away from the beach. Are you talking about Nha Trang? You do have a beach over there though, Philip. You do have a beach over there. Not this beach, but you do have a beach. Marcus literally lives 1 minute from the beach walking. He lives the same distance from our place to the Danong beach, but it is a little different style beach. You gotta pay for you gotta pay for that in this apartment. I'm not sure what you're talking about on that one. In Shenzhen, I lived in 17 square meters with my wife. Oh my God. Alejandro, I feel bad for you for serving that prison time. I mean, studio time. I need to go and take my medication. I'll be back later. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here in just a second too. I heard you can extend your Thai visa. Yes, Chapman. So yes, let me tell you this. Yes, you get a 60-day free visa. Here's the problem. when you go to extend, you can go extend it 1 month to make it a total of 3 months. So you go pay the 1 month visa, they charge you $60. So that's already way too expensive. Only $85. A 1 month visa extension embassy, and you only extend it one time. So it's $60. It's triple the price of the Vietnam. You only get to extend it 1 month, and you have to go to the embassy. So it's not worth it. Not pictures, actual the video. How the gyms, they're like AC, big or small. The gym is actually a decent size. A lot of people seen it there. There was, I don't know, 12 different exercise equipments. And then the room next to it had a full-size pool table, a bunch of chairs, and a foosball table. Downstairs had a sauna, and at the ground floor has a big, big pool. And then you have the free breakfast buffet. You can't keep, yeah, you can't. That's the other thing. So in Thailand, if you do one or two visa runs and you constantly come back, immigration is going to flag you and you are going to have problems. Vietnam, absolutely no problem. So I've talked about the subject many times. Thailand is trying to get rid of all the younger, cheaper budget travelers. All they want is the older, retired, guaranteed money. So we've done this conversation a lot. Right now, Thailand is saying, "Hey, young backpackers that got us here and blew up the name about Thailand over 20, 30 years. We really appreciate you changing this country and making it number one tourist destination. Yes, guys, you guys are cheap. You guys don't have money. We don't want you anymore. So long." That's what's going on in Thailand. My building has a conference or working room. I might put 800,000 baht in a Thai bank. Um, you don't need Philip. You're old enough for the 50. Philip, you can get the retirement visa in Thailand. But Philip, why the hell would you move to the Philippines? Fluffy, Philip is talking about getting the SRR visa in the Philippines. How the hell is he going to survive in the Philippines? Philip, come on, you are not going to survive there.
If he finds a girlfriend.
Um. Well, yeah, that's the problem. So if I wanted to live in Nha Trang, I would want to live here too. The problem is you cannot live here long term. Now you can stuff yourself in a tiny hotel, do grab deliveries, but that's not living. For me, if I wanted to live in this city, I would need to have the lifestyle of Danong. I would be walking everywhere. I would go out to local dinners and sit down. I couldn't do that in this neighborhood. This neighborhood's too expensive for me to live here. That's the northern side. I want the western side. If I can live in a tent and yeah, you're a different person. I can't do 18 square meters. I think a lot of people think they can do 18 square meters, and once they're there for 2, 3, 4 weeks, they go, "Wait a second, man, I got to get out of this place." Mitzi is trying to get out of his place. I know Native did the same. Oh, I can live in this. Then he wants stuff bigger. Everyone always thinks they can deal with something smaller until they actually live there. In Philippines, 29-day extension is $50. Yes. So basically, if you wanted to do a year's worth of extensions in the Philippines, it's about $750. So it's basically the Vietnam year visa that you can't get technically, but a year's worth of visa runs in Vietnam and paying the extensions in the Philippines are almost identical to the same price. So in the Philippines, it's practically the exact same cost to extend your visa for a year as it is to do a year long of visa runs in Vietnam. The only difference is in Vietnam, you have to leave the country each time. The Philippines, you can just pay online or go into the mall and extend. So that's the good part about Philippines. But the bad part about the Philippines is you're going to lose quality on your accommodation, your rental is going to be smaller. It's going to be less luxurious. The food's not going to be as good. Your internet's not going to be as good. Electricity is going to be outrageously expensive. You're going to have brownouts. You're going to have stuff is out of stock. So everything on the Philippines level is going to be much lower quality, and you're going to pay more. Cost of living is higher. I think without it's like $20. So the Philippines beats every single Asian country in English, finding a partner, and living there without ever having to leave the country for 3 years. The Philippines absolutely wins 100% on all those aspects. But where it loses in it is on every other aspect. It loses on quality of apartment. You're going to get a half the size place in the Philippines that you do in Vietnam. It's going to be worse quality. It's going to be double the price as Vietnam. You're going to have brownouts, which is electricity problems. You're going to have worse internet. You're going to go to the mall, stuff is going to be out of stock. You're going to go to a restaurant, stuff is going to be out of stock. You're going to see a lot of homeless and poverty. And it's not worth it for me. Visas in China are different prices at different cities. I did not know that. Thailand is a place in Southeast Asia if you have a budget. Um, I'm trying to think. Maybe. So there's a couple things that I give the edge on Thailand than Vietnam. I think overall, if you take all accounts of food, if you take street food, mall food, restaurant food, convenience store like 7-Eleven food, I think I give a slight edge to Thailand on food. If you want luxury, Thailand wins. But on cost of living, Vietnam kind of wins. Well, they for sure win, but they beat Thailand by about at least 20%. So if 20% is a huge deal for you on cost of living, then Vietnam wins pretty easy. If you don't care about getting the same exact stuff, but overpaying 20% or more, then Thailand is probably the better option. Davao is not cheap. Davao is Fluffy. Davao is not cheap, right?
Maybe it's just the same as Cebu. I haven't been.
Is there as much English there though?
Yeah.
Same. Take care. I'm off. I'm about to get off too. I know I keep saying that. Unless I'm dropped, that I'll be in Vietnam. Oh, drop dead. If Philip was smart, he would go to Da Nang. He would go to Da Nang. He can settle because Philip is not picky about tiny little places. He would get a 14, $13. He can go stay at the Gold Time. He can stay at the Gold Time for $9. Now it's not going to have the free buffet and stuff like that, but he will be on at least as good of a beach, not as good of a beach walk, but he'll be on at least as good of a beach. He could do the Visa bus run if he wanted to, which is impossible here. And he'll have better food, better local food options. So he would win in that. But Philip's problem is he wants the Western food and the women, which is going to keep him to the more expensive Nha Trang. Because he's not going to get the cheap Western food, and he's not going to get the women in Da Nang. 25K condo in Davao near the mall, church, and coffee shops. Yes, but add another. Fluffy, how much do you think you're going to spend in electricity in the Philippines, at least, in an apartment?
All day AC.
Yeah.
5,000.
5,000. So 5,000 is almost $100, guys. So Philip's 25,000 condo is going to turn into 30,000 without even running electricity that much. Probably he could probably do one AC all day, but add another 5,000. So he's at 30,000 in Davao, which is not a Cebu, which is not a Manila. 30,000. So he would get, and then he's going to go pay for expensive food that's not that great. You guys know, I know, Philippines food is not that good. Now, if he wants to get Western options in the Philippines, he's even going to pay a lot more. If I were him, I would not go to the Philippines. If I was Philip, I wouldn't even think about the Philippines. I would either, if Philip want, so Philip can upgrade. Philip has the guaranteed money. He should only be thinking of Vietnam, or if he's willing to spend a little more money, go to Thailand. That's the two things that I would tell him. If he wants to upgrade and live a more fancier life, go to Thailand. Had many months in BGC studio, 200 a month, just in electricity. Yeah, people don't understand that electricity is insane. I cannot understand why the Philippines is so expensive in electricity. We leave the AC on all the time in Vietnam in Da Nang, and it's like 30, 40 bucks. Like we hear people that are spending like 80, 90, $100 for like barely running the AC. A balcony? I'm sure you can find a balcony in the Philippines, but you will be paying a lot more in electricity, apartment, and quality in the Philippines. If I was Philip, I wouldn't even think about the Philippines. Philippines, the only reason you're going to go to the Philippines is so you don't have to leave the country for 3 years. You need English, and you're there to find a woman. That's it. If you guys are not going for all those or the majority of those three reasons, then I would not even think about the Philippines. Philippines is terrible for younger guys that don't care about having or finding women, that want good food, that want luxury, good internet. Philippines is absolutely terrible for you. But that 30,000, Philip, is going to get you a mediocre, small, low quality apartment. You're not getting anything quality in the Philippines for that. That's going to that would get you a awesome place. 30,000 would get you an awesome place in Vietnam. I don't know what that is. 7,000 for Fluffy. What is Kasambaya?
Oh, kasambahay, a helper.
7,000?
For a helper?
Yeah.
Stay in? Or
I don't know. He just put 7,000 for Kambay Hasa. If you go to BGC Makati, you can easily find studios for 100 and one bed at 150 a month, though. Once they build the subway to BGC, Philippines might be a game changer. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. We haven't even got started on the transportation issue.
$7K for a helper? They charge 15,000, 10,000 to 12,000 for a helper now.
Fluffy says they charge 10,000 to how much? 10 to 15,000 for a helper. Philip's living in the 1980s price days. So double that. You're going to spend Fluffy, tell him there's no way you're living in the Philippines cheaper than Vietnam. There's just no way.
Huh?
There's no way that you're living in the Philippines cheaper than Vietnam.
Yeah.
There's no way.
No way.
Same quality of everything being the same.
A 2-bedroom apartment?
Whatever you get here in Vietnam to get the exact same of that in the Philippines, in the same style city,
No.
there's no way that you get that in the Philippines for the same price.
I cannot even eat at the mall.
Honey, what's up? Fluffy. She said, Fluffy's laying in bed.
Yeah,
I'd like...
HK. We're resting. We woke up early.
You don't even need the SSRV, though, Philip. All you need to do is just do the extension on the tourist visa. Every 2 months, you just pay online or you go into the mall. You don't even need the SSRV. You just extend your tourist visa for up to 3 years. You don't even need the SSRV. What's up, Kim? I was supposed to get off here, so we got up early because we did the breakfast buffet. And I am going to take a nap. I'm going to charge my power bank and a few other things. We are going to go to the beach. And then we might meet up with Marcus on this side of town. I am going to book the train tickets. I am going to do my last quick stuff. And that's it. Nha Trang was a good little trip. For me, it could not be a long-term livable situation. That's the quick answer. On the uploaded video, I'll explain a lot more why I couldn't, but the simple answer is Da Nang is much better across the board value, especially for me.
Happy Easter!
Oh, no more
everyone.
visa extensions. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that one, Philip. So he could do the SSRV military. I think that one is better.
That's what I was.
So I think you,
was thinking.
I think that is good. Yes, I think Philip might be right in that. But a normal SSRV, non-military, it's better to get the tourist extension. But I think for Philip, I think he's right. I think it's a really, really cheap. I forgot about that. So I think Philip's right on that. Fluffy, he says 7,000 for a live-in maid.
No. My mom's helper is already 15,000.
Philip, this is not 1980s. He said, Fluffy said 15,000 for a live-in maid, not 7,000.
12 is the minimum.
12 is the minimum.
Or at max 10. But you have to raise it every year, of course.
Philip's living in 1982
and you
times.
have to provide health care.
And you have to provide health care, retirement, Social Security. Philip, this is not 1974. Philip, electricity is at least 5,000. So you're not going to get a live-in helper for less than what you pay for electricity. It's not going to happen. Happy, oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting it's Easter.
Happy Easter.
Same breakfast buffet practically today. They did have one other item on the menu, a chicken that I got, but practically everything was the same. We are going to have to figure out what city and what time we're taking the train tomorrow. So that's going to be the next big decision. Philip wants to pay. Philip's the kind of guy that he was your grandpa, and when you had your birthday card, you would open it up and you had 50 cents in it. And he'd go, "Don't spend that all in one place, kid." And you'd be like, 50 cents? What the hell? What am I going to do with 50 cents? Philip's still living in the good old days. Philip thinks, why I get my deposit back if I decide to leave? It's only 1,500 US deposit. Never have to leave. You're going to stop somewhere else? Yeah, we're not going to do the 10-hour train ride. It's too much for us. So tomorrow, we are going to head back towards Da Nang. And our only options is either going back to Tuy Hoa, which I don't think, or we will go to Wien Yan, stay there, and then the next morning we will take the train back. Now, we could go, the sleeper, like I mentioned earlier, was Quang Nagai, or what Tim calls Quang some guy. Did Diane show you? We found, oh yeah, that was my son, and he was wearing my same shirt. In Philippines, you go to head office in Manila. You can get the 6-month extension for around $200. I heard that the 6-month extensions don't exist anymore. Even Gio said that. If you guys watch Gio's channel, I asked him, and he said they just do the 2-month extensions now. They used to have the 6-month, but everybody tells me the 6-month is not possible anymore. What's up, Stuart? What's up, Stuart? He says live in and feed them. 7,000. Don't you have to do that anyways?
Yeah, for stay in.
He thinks giving them 7,000 and he's going to feed them that it's okay.
Yeah, maybe 7,000, but you have to pay their SS and their Social Security and their...
I didn't know you have to do that. You have to pay their Social Security. You got to pay their retirement. So you can't... Yeah, that is smart now. Now Philip's thinking. Philip, get a girlfriend. Yes, get a girlfriend. There you go. Instead of paying someone, have a live-in girlfriend. Very smart.
Are you trying to tell me I'm your helper?
No, because if I needed, I would just hire the $5 maid that we had once a week or once every 2 weeks. It only exists in the head office in Manila. Oh, that sucks. It's not possible anywhere else where Gio lives. Because remember they said that there's no more 6 months visa extensions. You got to do them every 2 months. He's saying that you can do it in the main office in Manila to get the 6 months. I haven't heard anyone say that. I can't officially say that's right or wrong, but all the videos everyone says it's only down to 2, but I don't know. Yeah, she's still in on the blanket. $5 in the card. I don't even think Philip would put $5. I think he'd be lucky. Philip would do this. He would give you the $5, but whatever the card costs, if the card costs $2.50, Philip would just give you the change from the 5. So he'd say, "Hey kid, I was gonna give you $5, but the card costs $2.50, so the change of the $2.50 is in your card. But I
Just keep
spent $5 on
living
it."
in, just keep living in the hostel, Philip.
Is YouTube censored in Vietnam? No, not at all. I think YouTube is censored in China, but not Vietnam. Not Vietnam. If you did the SSR military visa, then you wouldn't have to worry about leaving the country, Philip. You could stay there for 3 years, no problem. You wouldn't even have to think about leaving the country, but you would have to think about all the kids that come and say, "Grandpa, great grandpa Philip, please give me $1" when you come out of the 7-Eleven. You'd have to worry about that. You'd have to worry about, God damn, how much is my electricity bill going to be? You'd have to worry about, hey man, I want to go get this coffee. Let's go to the coffee shop. Oh, you're out of stock of all coffee? Oh, damn, my electricity went out. My electricity won't be back on until tomorrow. That's what the stuff that you worry about in the Philippines. You're actually a resident and you get privileges. Reddit was censored in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. I got to use the VPN sometimes. It's weird though. Sometimes I can get on Reddit without the VPN, and sometimes I got to use the VPN. Just go in the jungle and go commando. Yeah, we're going to do a live stream in a little bit. I think Fluffy's going to go swimming, and I'm going to take a quick nap. I'm going to charge my stuff up. Yeah, I think the next live stream you guys will finally see the main Nha Trang beach. So we will go down there. It'll probably be the freaking hottest part of the day, but whatever. We'll book our tickets. We will figure out which city we're going to. I wouldn't have to worry about any of that. What do you mean, any of what? I got Reddit in Indonesia. I don't use VPN, just some Google thing. I don't think Indonesia bans Reddit. I was shocked when Vietnam banned Reddit. I don't know why. But YouTube and Google are not banned in Vietnam. I don't know why Reddit is. There must be a reason. But if you just get on VPN, it works. I got Reddit in Indonesia. Another good thing about the Philippines is they don't really censor anything. I don't notice any... Well, speaking of that, the only time I've seen it was Reddit. But YouTube, all the other stuff, Google, all perfectly works. Thanks. We'll see you at the beach in a little bit, too. That's why they banned it. NSFW. Okay. That's kind of crazy, but interesting. I always like to know why things happen, so maybe that's true. It kind of makes sense, but I don't know.
NSW.
Not safe for work. Not safe for Fluffy. Oh my God, look at this. Oh my God, hold on. I think hell froze over. Hold on, Fluffy. I think hell flows over. Oh my God. Philip, Mr. Tentman Guru, just tipped the channel $5.
Wow. Thank you, Philip.
Oh my God. Hold on. I think someone has hacked Mr. Philip. Hold on. I think someone has hacked Mr. Philip.
Thank you, Philip.
Oh my God. Hold on. Someone needs to go check on Philip. Philip is definitely in the dementia state of mind.
Philip. No. Philip says that he wants to tip us for a while, but remember he has some issue with his credit card, right, Philip? And now he's back in USA, so I think he fixed that. Thank you, Philip.
He does.
Happy Easter.
So here he wants me to show him. He wants me to show him the AOA. So here's what we'll do, Philip. Next time we're down at that Moon Milk in Danong, when you're on the live stream, if we're near Bikini Bottom or something, we'll do it on a live stream. So when we're in that area, remind me though, if we're down at Bikini Bottom or Moon Milk, what I will do, say, hey man, go check it out. And if we're near a few streets away, we'll go check it out on live stream when you're on. So that's what we'll do. But you might not even remember this conversation because you must have dementia for tipping. Because I think Philip just typed, sorry, that was an accident. Can I get a refund? I didn't mean to hit it.
Did you show Philip our balcony?
Yes, I showed him the balcony.
He can sleep over and sleep at the balcony.
Yeah, Philip, ask him if you can just rent the balcony for like $6 a day. You have to remind us, so when we're back in Danong, when we're at the Moon Milk or the Bikini Bottom or that area, if we're going to the Bak Mayan market, the Bikini Bottom, and you're on a live stream, we'll show it to you on the live stream when we go by there. But you have to remind me. When we're in that area, remind me, and then I'll just go in real quick, and we'll give you a 5-minute pop in, pop out. But you got to remind me when we're in that section of town, and you got to be on the live stream. Deluxe double with a balcony. Yeah, we'll check that one when we're on a live stream and when you're on a live stream. Or I probably want to do it when you're on a live stream so that you can ask questions. But worst case scenario, we would do it, and then I would tell you, hey, Philip, go check yesterday's live stream. We checked it out. Homemade ice cream. I think once it gets dark, we'll go down that way. I want to go down there. I want to see if there's actually any cheap Vietnamese food that way. And then I would like to get a juice. I haven't had a good juice here. I had that watermelon juice, but it wasn't that good. Kem Kwan. Fluffy said, go get homemade ice cream from the pimp juice guy. Kem Kwan. Kem Suwan. So we're going to get off of here. I got to go sleep. I got to look at those train tickets. I got to charge my stuff. And I got to get my daily local nap in. I got to pretend like I'm a local and get my 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock nap in. But the next live stream, probably, I'm guessing 3-ish hours or so from now, we will be down on the Nha Trang beach. And this is our last day and our last night here. So tomorrow we'll be leaving out Huang Du Street Cheap Food. So we're going to log out, but we will be back. And the next time you see us, we'll be on the beach. So I appreciate it. Even we're going to give Mr. Philip Tent Man, Mr. Old 247-year-old, maybe 250-year-old, Philip Janik, the MVP player of the game, streamer, viewer of the day today. Thumbs up to him. And we are going to come back. And next, extend, what's your favorite? Next to Danong, what's your favorite? I don't know. I got to think about that. I am going to make a video on that. If you kind of just force me to answer that question in 10 seconds, I'm going to say, Fluffy, what's our second favorite city after Danong? Wien Yan. Fluffy says Wien Yan. So we'll go with Wien Yan, but maybe I might change that when I do the uploaded video. So we'll be back. Maybe Wien Yan, and we probably will be back in Wien Yan tomorrow, Sandro. So if you are interested in Wien Yan, we will be back in Wien Yan tomorrow. So we will be back. Come back in about 3 hours. We will be on the Nha Trang beach. We will see you there.